Can you stand? Hi, Sophia. Sophia, talk to her today. She's the program manager here. She can share about the organization. They are funded by the U.S. Commerce. However, they're operated by Albuquerque Economic Development. So we have teamwork going on here between state and city, which is really exciting. And they have 41 locations where they help minorities, companies with a variety of things. So she has material on the table, and talk to her. I really thank you all for being here today too. And one of the exciting things I get to do today is we have our mayor of our city here to speak to us today. And Mayor Keller, whether all of you know this or not, just went over having traveled to 100 countries in our world. If that's not global engagement, I don't know what is. So let's welcome Mayor Keller.
All right, well, good morning, Global Ties. It is great to see everyone here, and I want to thank each and every one of you, first off, for your commitment, of course, to internationalism, to global ties, to recognizing that we're truly all in this together. And I want to share a couple of thoughts with you today, just to kick things off, and first off, to acknowledge the great guitar accompaniment. That's just so cool. You know, really classing up the conference. I love it. Also, you know, just for your awareness, if you see people in crazy outfits and Batman walking around, Comic-Con is next door. And beyond that, if you want to get some food and celebrate after, Juneteenth is on Civic Plaza. So it is a great time to be downtown here in Albuquerque. You know, I think I would share too, for me, I was born and raised in Albuquerque, and I had the good fortune of, I had a grandfather who was like just interested in other countries. And he had traveled a fair amount, but somehow that probably rubbed off on me. And so, as was mentioned, been grateful in my life so far to have been to a lot of countries. I have to mention, just for fun, because no one else really even cares about this, my brother has actually been to every country. And yeah, there's 75 people in the world, at least, that are registered who've been to every country. So I know, I hate to we're rivals. So, which leads me to this job. We were tied when I became mayor in the race. We were both at about 95. And in the last 6 years, he has essentially lapped me. So anyway, but I did, look, my life experience was certainly colored by living abroad. So I lived in Moscow, actually, for a while, and then I lived in Cambodia for 3 years. So those of you who've kind of known me a little bit, so that was sort of my expat experience that really, in many ways, defined who I am, but also made me want to move back home to Albuquerque. So one of the revelations I had in Cambodia was that I'm going to move back home to New Mexico and not leave. And so it was a wonderful experience for me, but also highlighted how special it is where we live. So what I want to talk to you about today is a couple of things. First, many of you are involved in sister cities in one way or another, or all things global ties. And, I think we believe that all of these exchanges of ideas, whether it's even your own personal reading, or whether it's hosting guests from other countries, or vice versa, fundamentally, we believe in a couple of concepts here. We believe in lifelong learning, and we believe in essentially friendships too, and human connection, right? That is core to this idea that, these other countries and so forth and other cultures aren't just things that we watch TV and learn about. There are people behind those that define that culture. And the experience is absolutely more impactful and has more staying power and is more relevant when you actually make that personal connection. And then there's this idea that somewhere along the way around world peace, this is also going to help, right? And look, obviously we have a major conflict going on in our world right now, as well as several others. But look, I think if you look at that arc of time, we are in a much better place, obviously, than we were 70 years ago, even 50 years ago, even really during the Cold War era. So let's, we're going to hope that stays, but I know there's ups and downs. But look, I think in part has to be about some of those personal connections. And so I know we have many guest speakers here today who are going to share with you all sorts of perspectives, and I'm so glad I see our representative here as well today. So wonderful to see another colleague on the elected office front up here. But I want to talk to you today a little bit more specifically about sister cities. So again, a lot of you are involved in our sister cities programs, and I've been with you on some of our visits to sister cities. I want to essentially tell you really about two that we're working on. And the first one I want to share with you was one, unfortunately, none of you were able to go on. But it was Turkmenistan. So anyone here ever been to Turkmenistan? Just want to check. We've got a couple of hands. Okay, this is great. So the 5 of you will know a little bit about what I'm talking about. But I want to emphasize this because when we think about global ties, when we think about sister cities, Turkmenistan for Albuquerque is I would say, the highest calling we've got. But we're going to talk about another new one we're creating here in just a minute. And so here's the reason why, without giving a whole thing. Look, Turkmenistan, it's a closed country. Like, let's remember that. Just if you're not up to speed on Turkmenistan, it's the most closed country in the world, even more than North Korea. And up until, I think, actually just a few months ago, like, you couldn't even go literally under any format. So there was no tourism visas, no group tourism visas, none of this. You couldn't backpack in there. A lot of that was coming out of COVID, but for many, many years, it has been incredibly restrictive. It's also incredibly repressive, right? So as Americans, I think we understand, like, freedom of speech and freedom of information and freedom of the press. And look, there are other countries like this, but Turkmenistan is an extreme example. And you may remember they had a sort of a famous dictator, Turkmenbashi, who sort of set this whole thing up. And he also built all these giant statues to himself. But I'll tell you about our mission, what we did. Between sister cities and between the governments, actually the U.S. Embassy and the Turkmen government, they invited us to a conference. And there's a lot of stories here, so I'm going to try and keep them a little bit short, but it said UNESCO, that it was an UNESCO conference. You all know what UNESCO is. Well, after I got there, it turns out, and all the letterhead said UNESCO. UNESCO is just what they call their international culture department. It wasn't actually UNESCO. So, welcome to Turkmenistan, right? And I remember even telling my wife, I'm like, oh, UNESCO, this is an UNESCO conference. Like, it's all kosher, everything's great. And then I got there and I was like, you are kidding me. Like, they just use the same acronym. But you get there, and I will tell you, I think misconception-wise, I should do this to justify sort of what I learned over there. Look, Turkmenistan, at least in the capital, is doing just fine economically. Newsflash, if you didn't know, they sell natural gas to China and Russia and some other places. So if you had this idea that it was just a bunch of nomads in the desert, like in yurts, that's sort of true outside the city. The main city really looks more like Dubai, but it's covered in ivory. And so it is actually one of the most beautiful, stunning cities in the world. It has more ivory per capita, which they tell you, or more ivory than any other city in the world. And the streets are immaculate. They buff the streets every night, like we would buff a floor. So you can see yourself in the asphalt. It's unbelievable. But of course, they only allow black cars or white cars. They don't even allow colored cars. So all sorts of stories like this. But I would want to acknowledge, like, they are totally prospering now. Where's the money going? It's going to ivory, right, instead of like rural Turkmenistan. So, I mean, none of that's lost on me, but I also I want you to know, like, it's incredibly modern. They have massive, beautiful hotels that are all only serviced by the 5 friendly countries they work with. But, it is not by any stretch of the word, like, desert landscape and so forth. So, and look, like a lot of countries like this, things like healthcare, basic services in the city are extremely good, arguably in certain ways even better than ours. which again, I know you all are familiar with how this might work in other countries too. So anyway, look, all that is to point to something much more serious and I think much more relevant. So why was I there, right? So luckily for us, we happen to be sister cities with their capital. So that's why I was there. And we go, some of the people who were here, right, we went I think 12 years ago. So it's not unheard of for us to do this. But the difference this time, I thought, was the time I got with the ambassador. So the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Turkmenistan, is an exceptional individual. He used to be the chief of staff for NATO and all sorts of different things. And he's one of those sort of career, first military, but then State Department. And he's an incredible person. But he explained to me, you know, that American mission. And this is something I think many of us forget because, fortunately, this isn't happening in every country. But in a country like Turkmenistan, the U.S. Embassy, first of all, is huge. It has hundreds of people. Why would that be, right? Why is that? It's because we are literally fighting, not physically, but through diplomacy, for American values. Like, this is the front line of beliefs in freedom and democracy, literally. And so this is the kind of work they do. They have set up libraries where Turkmen kids and teenagers can actually use the internet because they can't in their entire country, right? They teach English there, which actually the Turkmens encourage because of commerce and so forth. But, you know, you've all seen this if you've been in diplomacy, like, how do they learn English? By reading the Constitution, you know, and how do they, you know, learn about America? It's all about, like, U.S. history and about our revolution and about freedom and our rights and all of these things that I totally take for granted. You just don't realize this unless you go to, like, China, North Korea, or, like, Turkmenistan, right? And you also remember, look, our State Department, for all, you know, I'm not here to, like, opine about details of diplomacy, but look, that mission was inspiring. That ambassador woke up every day, and so does his staff, to spread democracy in a country that does not have any kind of freedom or rights. That is awesome, and it made me proud also to be an American. And also, like, that is a good use of our taxpayer dollars. You know, that embassy is doing great work for our world. So, anyway, it also made me appreciate sister cities, because I couldn't have been able to tell you anything about that or be a part of any of that if it was not for the Sister Cities program. In my mission, the embassy had me using all sorts of amazing sort of coded language when I met with students. And I met with probably 1,000 students when I was there. You know, little things here and there about how elections work and all these different things. And stories for another time was how, you know, we got in trouble, like, all over the place because, you know, you can't say certain words. You always have to thank the great leader of Turkmenistan. So I want to thank him and acknowledge him for all his help while I was on the trip. Anyway, we had to do that every single time. So look, I do want to kind of wrap up this part short, but it is a credit to Sister Cities, absolutely, bar none. What an amazing program. And also, I think, making a real impact. And when we host, you know, there are Turkmen families who have moved to America and to New Mexico because of this exchange. And so that's a very, very powerful thing. So let me do the second half of what I want to do this morning with the second Sister City story. And it is a budding one, a new one. And some of you have heard about this, but it's our work with the Ukraine. Right? So when Eisenhower set up Sister Cities, I think the idea was a little more clear and present. Right? The idea was one way to literally prevent wars is if cities talk to each other in all sorts of ways. And I think in our modern era, you know, someone should write some PhD on if there was more work we could have done with respect to the Ukraine and Russia. That's way above my pay grade, but someone should look into that. But today, we're playing catch-up. And of course, for us, it's about helping the Ukraine. How can Sister Cities also be a vehicle to help cities that are literally under attack? Now, I talked to all the mayors in the country about this about 2 weeks ago. And I will tell you, there were a couple of mayors who have a little bit of a global background, and they were very interested in this. But many of the other mayors, and these were hundreds of mayors, big, small cities all across the country, they were absolutely interested in this concept. And the idea is, look, the core Sister Cities mission we need to have a few more in the Ukraine. So one is like you got to ramp up the volume right away. And you need to spread it among the size of cities, so it's not just all Kiev. And then the other aspect is, in the short term, I didn't really think there were ways we could actually help. And I will tell you, I had the fortune through the Conference of Mayors to see on the screen, the president of the Ukraine addressed us live twice as mayors. And I remember sitting there, and so did, by the way, the mayor of Kiev, who, if you're a boxing fan, Mayor Klitschko is also the heavyweight champ. But their politicians are incredible people, by any stretch of the word, even before what they're going through now. But I would sit there in the audience, like you are today, watching a screen, and I literally I was like, this is a huge waste of their time. I was like, what we can do is not bother them with the Conference of Mayors address. We need to do the weapons and the food and, all these kinds of things. And that's how I felt. I actually was kind of embarrassed, frankly, that he spent 30 minutes with us. And I also kind of felt like, also because we're not really relevant. I mean, we can say things and we can do things. We can light up City Hall, yellow and blue, but, I mean, come on. Like, they're fighting a war, and I respect that. So when the Sister Cities idea came up for Albuquerque and Kharkiv, I was a little bit skeptical. And I know it came, I want to acknowledge too, it came initially from the Sikh community. We have a strong Sikh community here, and they have a strong Sikh community in Kharkiv. And so this was sort of the initial connection. And so, I'm always interested, but, I said, look, I don't want to do this unless it actually helps Kharkiv. Like, I'm not in this for a visit. I'm not in this to, learn about Ukrainian food or whatever, I want to make this actually helpful for them. And so I was skeptical. I didn't think actually, given that criteria, that it would be worth doing, frankly. But I will tell you today, we are very close to signing all the relevant proclamations on both sides of the Atlantic to become sister cities with Kharkiv. So let me just pause there. That's an awesome thing. So I'll tell you a little bit about this, and you're going to hear more about it because one of the quarterbacks of this initiative is our head of economic development, which houses our trade work. And so you're going to hear from Randy Trask, who many of you know does trade, but also his boss, Max Gruner, who's here, who also has his own international story, which is an added bonus in the role. So, but at a high level, from my level, I want to tell you what really convinced me. First off, the Sikh community had been there several times during the conflict. So I did realize that they are already giving supplies and aid to Kharkiv from many of you. And many of you may know about this, but also from UNM and so forth. So we've actually already done some medical supplies deliveries through the Sikh community, which is an amazing thing. And I didn't know that was actually real. And it is. I want you to know it's real. I think they're on their second physical mission where they actually go there. And I've seen the pictures and everything. It's amazing. And then they were able to arrange a meeting with the mayor of Kharkiv and myself. And so what I wanted to focus on with him during that time was to make sure that we were not wasting his time. And I will tell you, I was wonderfully surprised. He viewed this as an absolute priority, even for his job as mayor. And the reason why, of course, like in the short term, is absolutely things like aid and awareness, very similar to why the president of the Ukraine addressed the mayors. We've all seen the president of Ukraine on TV and whatnot. But it was the same for the mayor of Kharkiv. He was essentially saying, I want to do this for real. I want to do it as fast as we can, and it matters to us. That, I thought, was incredibly powerful and empowering to us as New Mexicans. He does want us to be a sister city. He does want our help. And part of it is also because they have figured out ways now that, unfortunately, this is sort of a sustained conflict. There are meaningful ways that we can help. And so the Sikhs and Max and some others and our fire department have put together a way we think we can actually give them an ambulance. And an ambulance is an amazing thing when you are in need of ambulances and emergency supplies. And they're trying to build a new 24-hour emergency room. And so all of this fits together, and lo and behold, we actually give ambulances to our sister cities already. So this isn't new for us. Of course, we drive them to Mexico, so it's a little easier. So there are some complicated logistics, but there wonderfully are some organizations who do this. And so Max might talk about this a little bit more, but we believe sometime this summer we're going to be able to get an ambulance to Kharkiv, and we're going to fill it with supplies along the way. So let me close, I think, with this. We ended our conversation with a commitment to follow through. We want to make it for real. He also understands that there needs to be, there's cultural exchange there too, right? It's not just about the ambulance. But I think what's different with a sister city like this now, and what I like about this, is like, let's do both, right? Let's help them with real needs today, but let's also honor what Sister Cities is all about in the long term. And what he left me with was the following. He said, you know, their number one concern is that America is going to forget them. That's their number one concern. And I also heard this from the president. I heard it from the mayor of Kiev. And, you know, they're all on the same message. It is about do not forget us, because they're worried about this being a very prolonged conflict. And they know how America is. You know, we're all interested for a while. And then, you know, we have kind of this challenge sometimes. So they also presented us with their forget-me-not. This is made of missile shards. And it's made by one of their local artists. And this is what they give everyone they can so that we don't forget them. And so this now hangs in the mayor's office. So with that, I want to thank you for your commitment on this. You'll hear more about this later, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Just want to thank you. Everyone, just have a little gift for you. Thank you for your time, man.
Fun. I love it.
Our next visit is going to be in your office.
Okay, well, that's pretty exciting. I'm going to go to Ukraine and Uzbekistan. Okay, so our next speaker, I have the honor to present Anne Grimes. She is the director of the Office of International Visitors with the U.S. State Department based out of DC. And actually, the State Department funds most of our exchange programs, and so we're really honored to have her. We had a lovely dinner the other night, and I can't remember how many places she's told me she's lived, but many of them. But thanks to the U.S. State Department that funds our signature program, which is the International Visitor Leadership Program, and some other ones, we actually here in Albuquerque host over 400 people from more than 130 countries into Albuquerque every year. So that's a great opportunity to exchange, but you also think about what does that do for us economically? That's 400 people that come and stay in a hotel for 3 to 4 nights every year. Go to Old Town and buy green chili and convert people back in their countries. So we're very honored to have your presence, Anne, and I thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Melora, for those kind words. And thank you, Mayor Keller. You've kind of set the stage for me, and I've never met Mayor Keller before, but it's like we collaborated on what we were going to say. Also, thank you to Global Ties Albuquerque and the Albuquerque Sister Cities Foundation for organizing this fantastic event, and I am just thrilled to be here with you all. Excuse me. I bring greetings from the leadership at the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs at the U.S. Department of State, where we are in the business of promoting and implementing cultural, educational, and professional exchanges. We could not carry out this work without our partners in Albuquerque and all of the citizen diplomats here today. You help us build relationships between U.S. citizens and citizens of other countries, strengthening capacities for development and education across the globe. You provide expanded opportunities to connect with international networks, and this helps the State Department advance our foreign policy. Governments alone cannot solve global challenges. We cannot do this work without all of you who create the opportunities and space for dialogue and an exchange of ideas that will lead to long-term relationship building. As President Biden has said about an interconnected world, there is no longer a bright line between foreign and domestic policy. President Biden's national security strategy, the roadmap that guides the United States foreign policy, says that our nation's power springs from its people. Whether you realize it or not, by your involvement with international affairs and international exchanges, you are part of American diplomacy. We know that this happens through citizen diplomacy efforts across your organizations and your city. We see that there is so much great work being done on issues related to foreign policy topics, such as climate change and economic development, and the State Department is interested in supporting local leaders to engage internationally so that these ideas and solutions occurring at the local level can be shared to further foreign policy goals. The State Department includes a new office that you may not have heard of yet. It's officially referred to as the Office of Subnational Diplomacy, but unofficially also known as the Office of City and State Diplomacy. This office aims to ensure that the State Department applies the lens of subnational diplomacy as we carry out our mission. They encourage embassies around the world to think about how they can partner with cities and states and bring the benefits of foreign policy to the local level. And they also encourage cities and states, mayors and governors, to get in touch with them with ideas about how they can continue to further their mission. The creation of this new office is part of President Biden's focus on bringing foreign policy to all Americans and what the benefits of international connectedness are for Americans. In your roles and participation in citizen diplomacy, you help us convey this message to other Americans about the importance of engaging with the rest of the world. You are uniquely positioned to share the benefits of your work to your networks, who can then share with their colleagues, friends, family, and neighbors. We need you to be our partners in this work and tell the story of how international engagement enriches your lives and that of your community. One very tangible way you do this is by interacting and connecting with the international community when they visit Albuquerque. You help spark ideas that can lead to long-term change and impact when those participants go back to their home countries. I'm a career Foreign Service officer, over 33 years now, and I've had the opportunity to live and work in many different countries. And it's been a wonderful experience, but I always say the position I have now is the best job in the State Department. Because in all of the places that I've served and in all of the work being done at embassies overseas, I know, and everyone else that I know who knows about all this work says, that international exchange programs are the heart of public diplomacy. And as many of you in this room know very well, we can tell people about the United States as much as they're willing to listen. But what's important is that we can bring them here and show them so they can see for themselves. When the participants come to the United States, meet with Americans, share a meal or a cup of coffee, see how they spend their time and support their communities, they leave with a very strong, lasting impression. You help plant seeds and provide ideas that could have a ripple effect across the globe. The impact of citizen engagement happens in other countries, but also right here in Albuquerque. And Anouk Voss is a cybersecurity and innovation leader and co-founder of Cyber Workplace, a nonprofit in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. dedicated to helping vulnerable youth develop the skills they need for finding cybersecurity positions, internships, and training. And why did I bring her up? Because after an introduction during IVLP, she went on to collaborate with Cultivating Coders, an organization based here in Albuquerque. Together, these two organizations created an in-depth ethical hacking course called Cyber Heroes, which brought American students to the Netherlands to learn about cybersecurity best practices. They developed plans to work on several follow-up projects with and to train additional trainers and students from New Mexico and increase their impact in Albuquerque and with youth from the surrounding Navajo Nation. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is a big proponent of the power of exchanges. He truly believes that exchanges not only enrich the Americans who visitors meet, but they also contribute to our efforts to bring diplomacy to all Americans. He said about the IVLP, the International Visitor Leadership Program, by hosting conversations between Americans and participants in the International Visitor Leadership Program, you help foster collaboration on critical issues, from improving food security to fighting human trafficking to making our societies more accessible for people with disabilities. And this not only supports professional development at the individual level, but it moves forward the work of addressing these challenges globally. And while he said that specifically about the IVLP, I know he believes that about all international exchange. There are many opportunities to take part in international exchanges, both for foreign participants and Americans, and we have put out some flyers in the exhibit space that can tell you more about many of those opportunities. Thank you for your part in serving as citizen diplomats and participating in public diplomacy programming. If you are just learning about the organizations represented here today and public diplomacy, thank you for being here. I encourage you to keep learning about this work and consider ways you can get involved, whether through volunteering, meeting with international visitors, hosting them for a meal, or for a professional exchange. This work can bring the world to your doorstep and engagement among both Americans and people from across the globe. If you already are involved, thank you so much, and please keep it up. Your interest and efforts matter and contribute to the State Department's goals of achieving greater peace and prosperity throughout the world. Thank you for inviting me here, and I'm thrilled to talk to anyone later who wants to hear more about the State Department's efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne, for that wonderful speech. Let's give one more round of applause. What exciting messages we're getting and a wide view. And I am going to introduce our next speaker. Unfortunately, Patrick Schaefer could not be here today, but we have a person today that is going to bring you a very interesting perspective on global engagement. This person is new to our community. His name is Max Gruner. He is our new Director of Economic Development, and I will tell you, he is full of energy like you would not believe and getting our city moving forward. So without further ado, here's Max.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, okay, you are awake, thank you. So I was telling Pam, the challenge is not the speech. The challenge is, having written the speech this morning, is reading my own handwriting. So bear with me. There might be some unexpected challenges. Before I begin, I want to thank Global Ties and Albuquerque Sister Cities. You do a tremendous job day in and day out. And thank you for this symposium, this conference. Really, really appreciate it. And you know, when you have an opportunity to speak publicly, I think it's important to call out people who have been really important in your work. And I want to thank Pam and Richard, who have served as guides and mentors to me in my relatively short tenure with the City of Albuquerque, serving as the Director of Economic Development. Also want to take the opportunity. Thank you. Pam, Richard, thank you. Also want to recognize Deputy Director for Economic Development for the City of Albuquerque, Monica Mitchell. And New Mexico Trade Alliance Executive Director, Randy Trask. Look, as you can probably tell, I'm not from around here. I was born and raised in Germany, and even though I've been in the States for about 30 years, you know, I keep on joking that this accent follows me around like a bad relationship. I'll tell you a quick story. In the 90s, I lived in Santa Fe, and I was getting my U.S. driver's license, and, you know, I did all the things you have to do. You know, I didn't kill anybody on my road test and things like that. And then I walked into the MVD, and they're like, okay, you know, show us your passport, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, I said, you know, I've got these 2 dots over my U. I have an umlaut. I'm not Gruner, I'm Grüner. A lady looked at me, and she's like, yeah, we don't do that around here. So ever since those days, I lost my umlaut. I'm a Gruner. But a quick observation here, as an immigrant, I actually couldn't care less, right? Like I have this attitude of I came here and I want to assimilate, I want to be part of that. But here's a really interesting piece. I have a 16-year-old, and she does sports at school and a lot of things. She is insistent on bringing the umlaut back. And she drives her coaches crazy because, you know, she has her name across the back of her shirt, and she's like, yeah, I need the 2 dots. Everything she signs, you know, she takes these standardized tests, and she's like, there's 2 dots over my name. And you know, if I had hair, I'd probably like be pulling on it, like, why do you care? But for me, it's a really interesting observation, right, that generational shift. She is trying to recalibrate her relationship with her heritage, which is multi-layered, it's complicated. She's Alaska Native, she's American, she's German, she's all the things, right? And it's absolutely a thrill to kind of watch her try to navigate this very complicated world in which we live. Look, I'm a voluntary immigrant to this country, and I followed the circuitous path of the immigration system that we have managed to set up in this country over the decades. I've done all of the things. You know, I was a tourist. I was a student on an F1 visa. I was in the practical work extension, blah, 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 whatever it is called. I overstayed my welcome. I got handcuffed and put on a plane and sent back home. I came back as an H-1B. I got married to my wonderful wife, who's sitting right there in the audience. Got a green card. And I'll tell you about her at some point. I married really well. But I got a green card, and then it took me 15 years to get naturalized. And I was actually the last cohort under Obama to be naturalized. So I was actually the last cohort that got a welcome letter, welcome to the country. Then the administration changed and no more welcome letters were sent. My daughter and I have dual citizenship. So depending on where we travel, you know, we're very strategic about which passport we show. But as many of you probably realize, right, every facet of our life is informed by the accident of our birth, right? Gender, race, economic status, the accident of your educational opportunities. So I'll tell you something. Even as a white cis male, it was really hard. Navigating this immigration system is horrendous. And I speak the language, I have the financial resources, I have friends with lots of letters after the name, you know, lawyerly types. Man. And so over the years, you know, I've had the opportunity to guide, talk to, help some of my friends and colleagues, sometimes brown or black people, to navigate the system. And so let me just say categorically, and I know this is a little bit outside of what we want to talk to, but we got to fix what is broken. We got to fix the immigration system, I'm telling you. Even though I have been in this country for pushing 30 years now, I didn't grow up here. So the 80s and 90s in the US are a big mystery to me. So, you know, I still have these moments where my wife will bring friends over to the house, we'll have a beer, and they'll start chatting, and I get this glazed over look because I just do not have the same cultural touchstones as these people do. So just the other day, I actually had to Google who General Lee is. Not because I don't know my US history, but because I didn't realize that the 1969 Dodge Charger of Duke of Hazzards actually had a name. I didn't know that. Now I do. Some of you might be able to relate to this. There is a profound level of disquiet amongst a certain generation in the US about the mysterious resurrection of Bobby Ewing on Dallas. I did not know that. So these are the things I miss, you know, when I'm in conversation. I've learned to smile, nod my head, but I miss those things, and it's neither here nor there, but I thought it would make for a good story. There's one thing about being a German who has decided to come to the States to make a life here, to have a family here. I know my David Hasselhoff. And I hear Rob laughing. But I'll tell you this. There's not an American who can go head-to-head with me on David Hasselhoff trivia. To the point where I will insist to this day that David Hasselhoff single-handedly took down the Berlin Wall in 1989, suspended from a crane, singing "Looking for Freedom." That is how I remember it, and I was in Germany. Look, one of the themes of today's conference is friendship transcends borders. Friendship transcends borders. Opportunity transcends borders. Collaboration transcends borders. Curiosity transcends borders. But here's the truth. Some of the issues of our time, some of the issues of our era, of our life, the most pressing existential issues, transcend borders, and it stands to reason that the solutions, that the responses, that the collaborations necessary also transcend borders. And I don't mean to sound trite, but climate change does not know national delineation. Rising temperatures, melting ice caps, these are global phenomena, right? We know this. Now, whereas fires, changes in weather, rising sea level, even the tremendous movement of masses of humanity in search of survival, resources, opportunity, require local and even hyperlocal responses. Those responses need to happen in concert and with a vision to the larger picture. Global issues require global collaboration. Would you agree? As a German, there's nothing that rubs me more than the America First rhetoric. And it bothers me on two levels. One is because of the echo, right? This is not the first time that attitude has been articulated. The echo of the 30s and 40s in Germany. But it bothers me also because in this polarized world we live, I think it forces us to take sides in a false dichotomy. Look, we all live in these ever-expanding concentric circles of our relationships. You stand in a relationship to your child, to your spouse, to your partner, to your family, to your neighborhood, to your city, to your state, to your country, to your region, to your continent, to the world. And some of these relationships require local, hyper-local investment of self, of energy, of money. Others require a view to the greater good, the world. What is the world we want to live in? I think if there's one thing I want to stress during my little speech today is the notion of the word and. It is always both of those things. And I think we need to be careful to not allow us to be painted into a corner where we feel that we need to choose between what is good for my immediate environment, for that environment that's a little bit outside of my immediate environment, what is good for my country, what is good for the world. All of those things need to be part of our calculus at all times. And this zeitgeist, this notion that I think we are acting against, that these two things are mutually exclusive, I would like to warn against, and I would want to urge everybody, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but I think we need to articulate it, and then we need to keep on saying it. We live in an interconnected world. We are part of a beautiful, diverse, complicated, multifaceted web of humanity. And what we do, what we say, what we think affects our family, our neighbors down the road, but it affects people in other countries. It affects humanity. And I think that's why I'm so thrilled to have an opportunity to talk to you today. In closing, I want to transition to something that Mayor Keller talked about. Look, with the aid of sister cities, we're doing something unique in Albuquerque, something that has never been done before, and we're doing it in a way that has never been done before. We are entering into a partnership with Kharkiv in the Ukraine during a time of crisis, during a time of war. And we do so for a number of reasons. And I'm not going to be shy about articulating this first reason. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do. But we're also doing it because we have been convinced by our partners in the Ukraine that there is a true value add. And that value add is now, it's going to be in the midterm, and it's going to be in the long term. As we become partners to Kharkiv, as that city that has been so affected by the Russian aggression, to secure, to rebuild, and ultimately revitalize their community, Albuquerque stands at the ready to be a partner. not only by providing medical equipment and sending an ambulance in the aid of people affected by a hot war, but also by putting together what those of you who have worked at the State Department will recognize, a tiger team, putting together a working group ranging from animal welfare to early childhood, from elder care to municipal development, to enter into conversations with our counterparts in the Ukraine, in Kharkiv, to talk about immediate needs and to strategize what the future might hold. We're putting together a working group of developers and construction companies in New Mexico to enter into conversations about what might rebuilding of a country devastated by war look like, and is there a path for the New Mexican ingenuity, willingness, and experience to be of help. So at the beginning of July, I will be traveling to the Ukraine to formalize a memorandum of understanding, to articulate some of those things. And I've got to tell you, it is a privilege to be the Director of Economic Development, to work in the city within which I live and to affect the life of my neighbors. But I gotta tell you, I am so excited about this opportunity because we are the first city in the country. We serve as a model of how one might do that in the Ukraine at this time. So it's just a really wonderful thing. So with that, we will be formalizing a virtual signing of a protocol of intent of a proclamation that will serve as the basis for the MOU that I just articulated. It would be lovely to have members of the Ukrainian and international community of Albuquerque to join us at that event. So more information will be forthcoming. So thank you all for your attention. I really appreciate you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to all get ready to go out to your breakout sessions. First and foremost, I also want to thank our wonderful speakers so far, and we're looking forward to hearing from Dr. Montoya over lunch. We also want to thank many of our partners that are here, AIA, World Affairs Council, Global Santa Fe, Global Shapers. I will encourage you between the breaks to go over to this room over here because many of them have tables and have some information about them and how you can get involved with them, etc. So now if you want to just take a quick break, and then we'll be starting our breakout sessions, which will just be in the 2 rooms next door. So just go out here to the right, and depending on which breakout session you're going to start with, we'll have little signs up there for you. So we'll look forward to seeing you around lunchtime back in this room.
Solises are in the house. The Solises are in the house. Right.
Hello, yeah, it's on.
So I'm going to go up from the top down, okay? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that first, yeah. I'll get us introduced, yep. So I'll open us up and get us introduced.
And it turns on. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. We'll start in just a second, see if the last of the awesome people can walk in. Okay, we'll begin. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alberto Solis with Q Station, and I'm going to be moderating today's panel. I'm a Program Operations Director of Q Station, background in international trade. And today you'll be learning from experts in international trade and economic development. And we're going to introduce ourselves here on the panel in a little bit. So welcome to the breakout session for international trade and economic development. We have about half an hour, so we're going to roll through questions. And then at the very end, if we have any interested questions, we have a gentleman over here with mics, and he'll go to you. And we'll do that at the very end. So without further ado, let me start off here on the table. Marcos, if you go first, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here. I'm Marcos Gonzalez, the Director of Economic Development for Bernalillo County. I've been a longtime sponsor of international trade programs with the inauguration of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Trade Alliance, which now is folded into the New Mexico Trade Alliance. So we've long believed that we need to help our business community and organizations do business not just in Bernalillo County, but outside of the county and outside of the country. So thank you for having us here.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Celeste Nunez. I have the privilege of being the Director of International Business Resources with the New Mexico Trade Alliance, the said organization that Director Gonzalez just mentioned. Apart from that, I am also the chair for Guadalajara's sister city relationship with Albuquerque, and also an advisory member for the United States Global Leadership Coalition, New Mexico Advisory Committee, and a member of Global Shapers Hub. We'll mention a little bit in the youth panel, but have the pleasure of being the business development liaison for that organization. And thank you all for joining today's panel.
Dang, I thought I was missing.
Round of applause, yep. Thank you, Celeste. Let's go ahead and begin with you with the first question. So what type of international trade is New Mexico and the Albuquerque metro area engaged in?
Certainly. Well, I have a question for the audience. Are there any business owners here? Okay, one, okay. People working in international relations? Couple, okay, all right. So you come to find that New Mexico is engaging internationally in the business setting. But we are a little bit behind with other states. When you think of our export national rank, We are actually 44th place. However, that is still surprising, as some people kind of didn't expect that New Mexico would be exporting globally. When you look at the #1 exporter in the US, that's Texas, at about 487 billion exports. But New Mexico is at 4.8 billion. But we do beat out other states such as Idaho, Maine, Rhode Island, Vermont, South Dakota. So we are exporting competitively. As for import national rank, you'll find that it's also the same number. We rank 44th place. So there's some work there to be done, but that's where programs such as export assistance programs with our organization come to play to help grow our company's exports. Now, does anybody have any ideas to what countries we might be exporting to? Go ahead and shout out any answers. Yeah, Michael, go for it. Mexico. Taiwan, okay. Any other ideas? Okay, well, correct, Mexico. Mexico is actually New Mexico's #1 export and import partner. But on that list of countries that we export to, we have in #2 China, which actually doesn't follow. Mexico is at 3.2 billion. We export to Mexico at a value of 3.2 billion, but to China is at 227 million. So you could see there's a lot of connection and reliance between New Mexico and Mexico. Now, where do you guys think we import from? That doesn't count. Randy can't answer any questions. China, okay. Any other guesses? Okay. Mexico, yes, like I mentioned, Mexico is our #1 import partner, and coming in second again is China. But we're also seeing imports from Canada, India, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Malaysia, and the United Kingdom. Now, when you look at our exports to Mexico, seeing that the majority of our exports are going to Mexico, you then think that, okay, that there's a strong export regionalization, that a lot of the products from New Mexico are going to North America. And that's correct. We're at 3.3 billion, or staying kind of in our North American region. Following that is OECD and APEC. When you look at our imports, however, we see a change. That regionalization is no longer there. We're not importing as much from North America. In fact, our biggest geographic partner is Asia at almost 3 billion. I want to give a brief overview of what we're actually exporting. According to the International Trade Administration and the U.S. Census and the Bureau of Economic Analysis, what we're exporting by far in all merchandise is 4.8 billion, and the biggest category by NAICS code tends to be computer equipments, followed by semiconductor and other electric components, aerospace, products and parts, electrical equipment, and communications equipment. So as you can see, sometimes people think, well, New Mexico must be exporting green chili. That must be our #1 export. Or it's oil and gas. Well, actually, the highest value tend to be technology components and technology products. For imports, we actually import more than we export at a value of about 6 billion. And those are semiconductor and other electronic components, industrial machinery, medical equipment supplies, communications equipment, electrical equipment, which goes hand in hand with some of our target industries, showing that New Mexico definitely has a lot of technology, competency, and innovation, as seen by our global commerce. I wanted to give a little breakdown, though. What are we exporting to Mexico? Not a big surprise. Computer equipment, semiconductor, media items, electrical equipment and components. So all of that just to say that New Mexico sees an export regionalization. However, in imports, we are reliant on Asian supply chains, and a lot of the values that are coming from our state are related to technology, industry development, and manufacturing. So that's just a little overview of what does New Mexico trade.
And don't forget cheese in #5.
Oh yes, with Mexico though, we do see, we have some cheese exports there.
I thought we agreed you were going to be thorough.
Sorry, I'm so sorry for that. I'm very blunt. Sorry.
Excellent job. Yeah, you guys, you got lots and lots of information from an expert. Thank you, Celeste.
Yeah, well, we rely on databases, and we're hoping to have more market intelligence with other platforms that we can use. So always happy to talk with companies or with contacts. If you have a question, we can do that research for you and try to figure out what are the market potential. What is the market potential?
Yeah, wonderful. Lots of great details. Okay, our next question is, how does international trade benefit the economic vitality of Bernalillo County and as it carries over into the state of New Mexico?
Well, as Celeste said, like, most of consumers are outside of the U.S., with like 95% of the consumers being outside of the U.S. We're looking at how we can help many of the businesses invest and push their products outside of the county and outside of the state and the U.S. as well, and help their sales grow with that. Also, a lot of foreign direct investment coming into the county. I think with a lot of the larger, bigger projects that we've been working on, majority of them have been foreign companies that have been looking to make their U.S. subsidiaries here, whether that be from space to renewable energy, and it's just what I think with a lot of the Inflationary Reduction Act and a lot of the CARES pieces that Congress had passed to make it more advantageous for different, especially on the renewable energy and tech side, we're seeing a lot more companies from outside the U.S. looking at how can they take advantage of those programs with being in the U.S. So we've seen, like I've said, a tremendous amount of impact there, but also it adds to job creation. If you can sell your products more than just outside your local piece here, you can add additional jobs to make those goods that are shipped elsewhere. So we're seeing that not only from food production, but also, as Celeste was saying, in the tech piece, like take Flagship Foods, they make all the green chili here, and you can buy the same green chili you buy at Costco here, you can buy it in the UK. So it is a little bit of exporting green chili, but there's also more tech products and stuff like that. But that's just an example of additional job creation that happens, and we need to being able to foster that. I know it's a lot of work actually setting up getting those customers and getting into those other countries, but that's why you have Celeste to help you do that. So for business owners in the audience that want to learn more about how to push international trade and what they want to do, definitely would advise setting up an appointment with Celeste.
Yeah, I just want to kind of piggy off of that. Sometimes we get companies that ask, well, I'm just trying to set myself up here. Like, why should I think about the future? Why should I think about international trade? And to those same points that Marco said, like, well, you're limiting yourself if you're just thinking about the domestic market. That figure, 95% of 95% of customers are outside of the U.S. To think that you're only limiting yourself to 5%, I mean, imagine that you said, I'm going to put a 5% cap on all the profits I could potentially get. No one would ever think that. No one would ever do that. But there are some challenges that come with it. But just like the risks reap the rewards. Companies that export are more profitable, they're more resilient, they employ more people, and they're better off to ride out economic waves in the U.S. So thinking about exporting is something that I think companies don't have to be afraid of. There are organizations and resources such as the New Mexico Trade Alliance and other partners that I'll list in a little bit that are there to support you, because in the end it is an economic development tool that helps our state by bringing in other funds of what am I trying to say? By bringing in outside funds to our state. And that is in itself an economic development tool.
That's well said, Celeste. So obviously, as you can see, what the picture you're getting painted here by Marcos and Celeste is that although companies can engage in international trade, what we've seen with all of our backgrounds in international trade is that it's really the programs that help not only create awareness of what resources are available, but also the opportunities in foreign markets, as well as for companies outside of the United States, that we are a viable market in New Mexico to consider in terms of exporting their products or buying from. And a lot of folks that I can see around the room that I know have done business development and international trade, and know that programs only make that effort better. And if companies don't have those programs available, it's difficult. So very well said. And that's actually a good segue for the next question. And so let me, let's see, let me put my glasses on, my Clark Kent glasses on. So what programs do you work with to help develop international trade opportunities for companies in New Mexico? And let's start with you, Celeste.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to talk about the New Mexico Trade Alliance, but I would be remiss if I didn't include other organizations. There's a plethora of resources to companies. It's a really comprehensive approach to help bring or grow exports for our state. And of course, that includes the New Mexico Trade Alliance, but before I talk about that, there's an International Business Accelerator in the Santa Teresa region with the Small Business Development Center. There is the United States Department of Commerce. I wish that Indalecio was here. He's the trade director that can connect companies with actual commercial service offices all around the world. We have honorary consuls that are available to support connecting companies with foreign governments. I want to shout out to Iona Enstrong from Romania and Bob Pearls, honorary consul of Germany. They are a great resource to companies that are looking to connect. And government-led trade missions, then which I can touch on when I talk about Trade Alliance. But the Trade Alliance is a 501c6 nonprofit. We started as a MOU, actually, between the city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County to leverage our resources and bring a program that could support companies with their export initiatives. And the way that we do that is by having company consultations. That basically means anytime a company, or you don't necessarily have to be a company, you could be a person that's interested in trade, wants to talk about a topic or is having an emergency, they can definitely talk with our team. We will give our answers, or if we don't have the expertise in that, we can actually leverage our vast network to connect them with the solution provider. I want to give you guys an idea of our network. We're actually the Export-Import Banks of the U.S. New Mexico partner. We work very closely with the International Trade Administration. We work closely with our honorary consuls. We also handle foreign relations for the city of Albuquerque, so we make those direct contacts with foreign dignitaries, and we can then facilitate introductions in that way. We'll also organize educational events to support bringing market intelligence and market information and just general trade knowledge to New Mexico. We were very proud in 2020, right before the pandemic, of having an international business summit that we hope in the future to have very soon. So I'm sure we'll share that word with you all, and we'd love to see all your beautiful faces there. And we also issue export documents to our companies. And one of the main resources that we have to help our companies is the NM STEP grant. I don't want to get too much into it. I think that's something we can talk about one-on-one, but it's an export grant that helps companies engage in activities to gain or grow international sales. This fund is provided by the SBA and awarded to the New Mexico Economic Development Department, but it helps companies to go on a trade mission, to optimize their website, for business matchmaking, to register their product. I mean, it's a very flexible grant that helps companies. And I've seen firsthand the impact that it can have. There was a company that let us know in 2019 their sales were less than 100,000, and they were a company that needed to find international clients. That was the nature of the product. Well, they applied for the STEP grant, and they used it for market research and to optimize their website. Optimizing their website meant that they used it to translate it to Arabic. And after that, within a week, they were receiving leads from the UAE because those potential clients were now actually able to see their website, had better access to this company. And from there, actually being engaged with the International Trade Administration, like I mentioned before, Indalecio, they became a point of reference for that specific product. So when a lead came from Malaysia looking for this product, it made all its way back to New Mexico to this company. And they've actually attributed a 25% increase in sales just from receiving the STEP grant. So this program is absolutely essential to companies. It helps them get their foot in the door, and it helps them find that customer and make that sale.
Well said. Marcos?
Yeah, for sure. On the trade mission side, the county participates with that. We've definitely seen with being able to go in as a group and being able to have those business leads and those business contacts and being able to at least get that on the ground experience of that market intelligence really helps. And I think Randy and I were just in Germany meeting with several space companies and the Hydrogen Association, and really seeing as the world's shifting its energy demands, and how can New Mexico, being an oil and gas state, like seeing that cliff's eventually coming. So how do we shift that and become an energy exporter once again, but now with a new version of that hydrogen? So realizing how can we look at those different pieces, and so trying to make that groundwork. So even though it may not result in initial sales, but at least we have that market intelligence now about how we can work together. And I think that's a big thing that we've seen again and again from different trade missions is that market intelligence and being able to go as a group, and especially when it's led like a mayor or somebody like that, being able to open many different doors and be able to have those conversations that we've seen. That's been really fruitful as well. And so
Great.
We look forward to more trade missions happening since we're able to travel more.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So we don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm going to keep us moving forward. But one thing I did want to,
Yeah.
so thank you, Celeste and Marcos, great insight. And as Celeste said earlier, really, you're getting information here at the panel, but I'd really encourage you to speak with Celeste, to speak with Marcos. I'm available. Randy, of course, our colleague, is experienced in international trade. There are others here, but there's a lot of detail that go into these programs and resources, and a lot of good stories and stories of failure, stories of successes that should benefit any one of you that run a company or part of an organization, work for an institution, or as a citizen diplomat, if we want to call it that, right? In citizen diplomacy, are aware of international trade opportunities. Well, that's the whole point of this. And so you have consuls, honorary consuls here with us present that can, if you hear of opportunities, can always approach them, whether it be with Germany, Romania, and other countries that we have those consuls for. One thing I do want to add is with Sister Cities and Global Ties, as a former member of the board of directors for Global Ties, I want to make sure that I point out that citizen diplomacy is the central mission of Global Ties, and the programs that support that enable any one of us that are engaged in their programs to engage with emerging leaders, emerging professionals that come in from other countries. At Q Station alone, Randy and I and the team had opportunities to be mentors, but also receive professionals from different European countries that were starting accelerator programs, software-related companies. We had people come in from the Americas, so from Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, and so on, Chile, and other countries that were involved. And without programs like that are operated through the State Department, the U.S. State Department, that Global Ties as an organization goes after, we would never have contact with these people, right? Especially for those of us who are working in aerospace, space technology. And so those silos or those gaps would never be taken down or closed. And so Global Ties is a great organization to be involved in that kind of activity, to understand how to be a citizen diplomat and be aware of what you can do and participate. Sister Cities, I'm vice president of Sister Cities and the chair for the Albuquerque committee. So much like Celeste said earlier, Sister Cities is about fostering cultural exchanges. And so what it boils down to before you can do trade, Randy and I know this, and Celeste knows, we know this, that trade, business, especially in other countries as Americans, doesn't happen unless you understand the culture of other countries, right? So kind of the international relations on a people scale, not an institutional scale, must happen first before you can do business. Otherwise, it's transactional. And international trade can be transactional if you're buying things off of Amazon, right, or whatever. But for true sustainable trade, which we all know takes a long cycle, it takes business relationships. And if you ever want to hear those kind of stories, look at Honorary Consul Joanna Engstrom. She can tell you those stories, right, and from industry. So, so that's why every one of us here plays an important role. So sister cities, in all the different chairs and relationships that we have, when they lead trips or when they engage visitors that come in, or bring people together that represent these different countries and different cities around the world, are very critical, because it might be that we're having tea and cookies, that's what might be what it looks like, but really what it is you're engaging with someone else. If you're born and raised in Albuquerque or raised somewhere else, Alaska like me, I mean, and you're in Albuquerque and you're engaging with people from other countries, you're really, taking down those barriers of just not knowing what other cultures are like. And it happens for the other person as well. They learn more about what we're like as Americans and how we do things in Albuquerque, right, which might be different as to how things are done in California or New York or Florida or Texas or whatever, or Alaska, right? So all these opportunities to engage in these programs, from trade to economic development to cultural relationships to citizen diplomacy, are wonderful. And they should be utilized as much as possible. This is my 2 pesos. Moving right along, next question. And we have to keep these kind of short because we want to make sure we leave questions for the audience. So let's make these as brief as we can. How can residents of Albuquerque and other communities in New Mexico help foster potential international relations and international trade opportunities? Let's start with Marcos, and then we'll go to Celeste.
I think you just said it best. Alberto is really getting involved. There's so many activities locally here with Global Ties, Sister Cities, and encouraging youth to participate as well with the Model UN and the Global Shapers ABQ. So really it's all about getting involved. There's so many different groups and stuff that come through Albuquerque, through Global Ties, and through Sister Cities. It's really get involved and get start there at the base level.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think those people-to-people initial contacts, the ability to create a global tie with a different community is the basis that creates opportunities like trade, like business trade. And I've seen that firsthand with my work with Guadalajara. We sent a delegation just to kind of create those introductions, which then grew into being invited to participate in the 100th anniversary of their fire department. It was such a pleasure to get to be with Guadalajara and appreciate the culture that they have and the innovation that they're making with their fire department, but also those close relationships end up leading to other business opportunities. And we're seeing that with our Hispano Chamber of Commerce now signing an MOU with their Chamber of Commerce. And we're going to facilitate a meeting to meet with their special sections to learn about what different industry sectors they have and how can we work together. So the work that you all are doing right now as citizen or official diplomats really has such an impact to help our businesses and create jobs here in New Mexico.
Very well said, thank you. Next question is, what can anyone here learn more about your programs and how to reach you? Any contact information, for example, where to go?
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
Totally, you can reach us at the county at burnco.gov or Burnco Cares at burnco.gov, or Carolyn Tobias is here as well with the Economic Development Department. Raise your hand, Carolyn. So if you have any questions, please follow up with us, get a card. I'll be glad to sit down with you and talk about your business or organization and see how we can help you beyond. We can talk more than just a trade as well, so we'll be glad to help out with that.
Thank you, Marcos. Celeste?
The best way to reach me is by finding me. I'll be here the rest of the conference, so just come on up, let's talk, let's connect, and we'll go from there.
Well said. I like it. All right, next round. Q&A.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Don't be shy. So you have experts here in front of you, and so any questions from what you've heard today, any questions you're dying to ask that we can answer for you? Not all at once, but let's go ahead and begin with anyone here on this side. Yes? If you need a mic, we'll bring a mic to you.
How is New Mexico doing on an export basis per capita compared to a state like Texas, or even compared to Vermont or Rhode Island or any other states below us?
Michael, that is an excellent question. You know, I have never actually taken the time to look at it per capita, so that's something I'd have to get back to you on.
Not a rush. Thank you.
If you have a question, just raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. Yes,
So when you compare yourselves, we already had the question about Texas, and I'm thinking return on investment compared to, say, doing business within the United States by itself. New Mexico businesses doing business within other states versus doing internationally. What would be the comparison on the return on investment?
I think the ROI is coming down from the job creation, like Celeste was saying, all the groups that, or at least from the county's perspective about what we put into like the Trade Alliance and like that, is seeing that the businesses have exposure to other markets and have being able to get the leads and being able to do additional business growth that they wouldn't be able to have that. So that's where our ROI comes in, is seeing that positive job creation, which then in turn makes the community better by having more people working and more people paying taxes.
Yeah, and just to piggy off of that, I wish I had the form right here, but I actually found out that there's about like 200 companies that are currently exporting here in New Mexico, and that is about 900 jobs. And I also got the impact information, but I wish I had it printed right here so I could give that to you. But that definitely goes to show how much exporting and international trade impacts our community by bringing by bringing additional access to capital here to New Mexico and supporting high-paying jobs here in our state.
Thank you. One more question, or two more questions. Anyone? Yes, over here. Thank you.
Thanks. A great panel. My name is David Campbell. I'm on the board of Global Ties. Talk a little bit about our unique position as being a linguistic, a place where a lot of people speak a lot of languages other than English, and also sort of our cultural milieu, which is very tolerant, very accepting, very celebrating of different cultures. Could you say a little bit about that and how that may touch on the trade mission and the way we go about that? Thanks.
Let me just say something about that. So it's interesting you bring up that point, because a lot of us in the international trade environment, whether it be on the government side, nonprofit side, business side, higher education side, like Nicole Tammy and her team at Global Office, Education Office, GEO. The richness that we have in our state lends itself to understanding not just what opportunities exist in the future, but like how that exists from the past to begin with. And an example of that, because I've been spending some time in Gallup with family, like from my fiance, for example. And, we've known this before from friends that were from Gallup. You think that there's only, Navajo, so Native American, Hispanic, and, Anglo from whatever parts of the U.S. But people from Gallup know that there's also a Slavic community there, mostly Croatian. They know that there's an Italian community there. And when you start to look at what brings communities to New Mexico of all places, right, they could have been anywhere in the world, anywhere in the U.S., and we're not a coastal state, and that's not a coastal city by any means. It's smack in the middle, right, of a rural state. But what brings people here, mining, for example, right? Same thing that brought a Lebanese great-grandfather of mine to Mexico, from Lebanon to Spain to Chihuahua. Mining, Spanish mining companies brought them there, right? Not because he heard that the tortillas were excellent, in Chihuahua or something like that, right? But this is the point that I'm trying to make, is that when we understand what brings these languages, it's not just Spanish, right, but other languages, Arabic languages, Asian languages, indigenous languages, European languages. We begin to understand what I said earlier, which is it's also about the culture, right? How did that bring them here? How did they adapt to New Mexico and the culture we know here in New Mexico? Or anyone that's an American from another part of the country that is adapting to the culture here in the United States. And for international relations, purposes, for cultural exchanges, educational exchanges with universities or high schools, or even for trade and opportunities, how can the human level of this be utilized? That's just my perspective that I've learned over the years in international trade, international relations, and even when we do it with space, right? We have tons of international people come in doing aerospace and space, and they might be coming from Germany, but they're originally from Venezuela or they may be coming from Singapore, but they're really from Poland, right? And what leads them to these countries and eventually here to Albuquerque is fascinating. It's not that just that they're an engineer to create a software. These are very important things to I think, to be aware of, and that's just my perspective. But let's move it over to Celeste and Marcos, and with you guys actively involved, what do you see?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that the diversity that we have in our state, first and foremost, gives us a lot of access to the global stage. We see it in the amount of sister cities that we have. We have 10 sister cities, and they're not just in one geographic area. I mean, we have one in Germany, we have one in China and Taiwan. We have a lot of different connections to the world, and sister cities relationships always start at the basis from the community. The community has to show that there is an interest to, develop a platform to engage with that said city. So I'm always impressed with how connected Albuquerque is through that means, and those sister city relationships facilitate, like I said, those government to government relationships, which then can lead to business opportunities. But also I think that for our companies, and specifically from an international trade perspective, it's an advantage to our companies to have diversity front and foremost, is salient in their mind, because they're able to then adapt and be flexible to trading. International trade is, I like to say, it's basically doing business times 100. It's more difficult because every aspect of it, pricing, marketing, financing of the business, legal challenges, political challenges. You're just adding complexity when you're doing it in a different market. So the fact that our New Mexico companies already have a bit of that experience of working in diversity is an advantage to them when they start to look at export markets, because they have an idea of how to navigate those challenges. Now, something that I like to say about New Mexico is our diversity gives us a competitive advantage for foreign direct investment, because we see the demographics and trends that, there's minority groups that are growing. Well, let me just say, Hispanic Americans. We expect that to be a majority group, and what is it, the next 50 years or something? I like to say, by positioning a company here in New Mexico, you get that test market of a group of a marketplace that has a minority majority, as we call it, which is a trend that we expect to have in the U.S. in the future. So that's a little look of how I think it's an advantage to us with sister cities, how I think it's an advantage to us for our companies in navigating trade challenges, and how I think it's an advantage to us as a market, as a test market kind of positioning.
Thank you, Celeste. Marcos?
I agree.
Thank you, Marcos.
Just that we've had a long history of trade and diversity, and just being like way out west in the U.S. We've had to get along to get stuff done. So we just continue that effort and that grit into the business growth, and then also a community that's used to hearing other languages in the grocery store and everywhere else, and it's not bothered by that. I don't know. It's cool. I mean, how many people here speak a second language? Yeah. So.
Let me get, before we finish, let me just get one last question. This gentleman right here had a question. In the glasses, I think, right here.
Oh.
You're fine?
Yeah,
No, you have a question?
Okay, go ahead. One final question, and we'll make our responses quick, and as we have the group coming in. So go ahead.
Hi, you guys talked about New Mexico being number 44 in exports and imports. Can you talk about like some of the key areas that could potentially help New Mexico grow and advance, to go higher up that number? And are your organizations currently working on new projects to like help in those areas?
Yeah, so that is, kind of at the basis of what we're trying to accomplish with the New Mexico Trade Alliance. How do we grow New Mexico exports? And we do that with those programs that I mentioned, company consultation, so making sure that companies have the information that they need to even begin planning. We encounter a lot of small businesses that maybe they're ready to export, but they need a little bit more capacity building. So we try to connect them with other resources. Either it's a training, maybe they can sign up for a webinar. In fact, I just referred one webinar to a company that's looking to export to Africa, and it was like, Africa series, how do you do it? All these different steps. And we try to do things like that, connect them with things like that. So that kind of goes to business training, which is an effort that we have, but also other trade missions. So when a company is exporting, maybe they're looking to grow those exports, is taking them to that marketplace, setting up those business meetings for them. In March, the Trade Alliance actually led a trade mission to Mexico City, which included 4 organizations. It also included the mayor and the economic development director, but every company had their own agenda. Every day they'd wake up and meet with a different client, a different distributor, a different supplier, and I'm really proud to say that one of our companies right now is actually working with 2 customers, well, not 2 customers, 2 potential customers to sign a distribution deal so that they can sell their products in Mexico. So efforts like that, the intentional help to our companies is what really helps us grow our exports. But of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't say things like STEP grants. So federal funding, federal priorities to supporting, well, of course, federal and state and county, the priority of supporting exports is invaluable. Those grants really, truly help our companies. Like I said, that one company went from, saw honestly an increase of 25% because of the grant program. So export assistance works. We just need to keep working at it with our companies.
And the one thing I'll just add quickly is that, remember, the infrastructure isn't just roads and commodes. It's also building up programs like this at the Trade Alliance and different pieces. And those successful other states have obviously had this type of programming and pieces that have been put in place for some time. So as we're building this infrastructure for companies to take advantage of, we are aiming to climb that list. So we're building new infrastructure every day.
Okay then, so thank you guys. So I can hear some stomachs rumbling way in the back, and or might be mine actually. But those are excellent questions. Anyone else have a question? Because I really want to have it presented to Marcos and
we'll be here
and Celeste.
for a little bit too, so
if
you can find us.
you don't have questions, final thoughts. Let's wrap it up in a minute. Final thoughts, and then we'll get everybody to lunch.
If you have questions, see Celeste, but international trade is not a magic pill that's going to make your business success. It's a lot of hard work. But there, as we're saying, we're building that infrastructure to make it more attainable for you to be able to actually do than on your own.
I want to say thank you to everyone that's here for your commitment to global engagement. It's admirable, and it was a pleasure to be on this panel today.
Thank you as well.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
This is your pen. I stole from your table.
Oh, I didn't, that wasn't mine actually. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I like it.
And buen provecho. Thanks. Yeah, that was good. These guys make it easy. Yeah. That's what I was trying to read the room. I was like, I know some people, and then I know other people I don't know. I know. I was gonna be like, there's one Samuel Lajara. He's not here. Yeah. No, that was good. You guys had tons of good information. I mean, we could have had this. This could have been like an hour long.
Economics at UNM and a UNM Presidential Teaching Fellow. And he also is an amazing resource for us here at Global Ties. Often meets with our delegates. So with that, I introduce you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing great. I think the ciabatta bread is mighty and challenging, so that's a big loaf that we're reckoning with. So I hope that I can overcome the sound of jaws measuring the sandwich and chewing. But regardless, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to Global Ties Albuquerque and to Sister Cities Albuquerque for inviting me to share some thoughts with you all. I know many of you in the room, and to see everybody post-COVID having a shared discussion about not only our economic destiny, but also the threads that we pull to try to understand our relationship to the world. It's nice. It's really good to see that, and so I'm just going to take a moment to acknowledge and thank you all for being part of the people who weave that tapestry that connects Albuquerque and New Mexico to the world. Those of you that know me know that I like to thread stories together that somehow provide context for what we're gathered to do. And my students also know one specific story that I used to tell about my grandparents and their home. My grandparents were very famous for having a room in the back of the house that was always had an unlocked door. And it represented for my grandfather and my grandmother, I think, a sense of, I guess the best way I can describe it is non-judgment. It was a way to allow people to sneak in through the back room in case you had a long night, in case, you know, there was some drama going on in life or something. There was a little bed in the back room, and you were always allowed, you're welcome. It was a little stove in the back that always was either cooking or heating the house, and people could take a nap there, even if it was a long night. No questions asked. You just, you know, rested on the bed. When I came back from England after my time there, I remember going back home. I had a motorcycle, so I thought I was cool. And I decided to show up unannounced, and my mom was shopping in Las Vegas, and I went to the back room thinking, oh yeah, no problem, I can get into my grandma's kitchen no matter what. And the door was locked. And I remember how upset I got. I didn't have a key. My uncle was in the back chopping wood, and he told me, he came up to me, wanted me to give me a big hug, and for whatever reason, the locked door bothered me profoundly. It was one of those things where I was like, why is the door locked? And he's like, good to see you, mijo. How are things going? And, why is the door locked? And he's just like, if you want to come help me chop wood until your mom comes back, I know that the door's locked. And I was like, yes, but why is the door locked? I asked again. And I think what happened to me, I actually got upset because something that I was used to and that I took for granted was not just the room, not the bed, not the warm stove, but the idea that people are always welcome. Somehow the locked door foreclosed on the idea. And for me, it reminded me, my uncle got serious very quickly, and he said, you don't realize, mijo, that since you've been gone, there's been a couple of things that have changed. There's some problems. Neighbors have been having some problems. People have been having personal problems, and right now you can't have the door unlocked because it's not safe. And we had a deeper talk about that, something I'll leave to the side, but in all of that, it reminded me that how we think about the world and our worldview is largely dependent on the way, even the physical material, the landscape, the way that we have entry points to places. All of those things determine the way that we engage with each other and the way that we exchange. I'll stop there for a second, and I'm going to go to 2006, and I'm going to go to Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs published an analysis in the middle of the noughties talking about the development of BRIC. You are all acquainted with the concept now, but back then the concept of Brazil, Russia, India, and China was a relatively novel concept. In fact, it was a form of what I like to call fantasy football. It's like, what do you do if you get all of these mix and match members of an economy or politics, and what do you do with that? Like, what does that look like? And people start declaring measurements, and they start looking at things differently. Well, the idea from this report from Goldman Sachs was that if you pay attention to these 4 countries, which constitute over 30% of the world's natural resources, Brazil alone has a fifth of the world's breathing air through the Amazon. And if you think about well over a third of the world's population, then you have a very significant structure to reckon with. Now, I think a lot of people viewed that not only as a novelty, but then it became slowly, it started to crystallize as a way of thinking about some parts of economic development throughout the world that were really unheard and silent in many cases. Concurrently, in Doha, the World Trade Organization was having a conversation about, and was actually marked as, the West versus the rest. There was this larger discussion about how international institutions, particularly the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, provided for and bureaucratized economic development opportunities, including trade issues, to the extent that it was becoming a little bit frustrating for what we would call the emerging economies of the world. That frustration has manifested and blipped several times on the radar screen of our lives, but a month and a half ago, the Indian government and the Brazilian government, most vocally by the Lula administration, indicated that they would be open and receptive to developing a currency as proposed by China and then later supported by Russia as a BRIC currency. South Africa, then surprisingly a week later, said that they would also be interested in some sort of cooperation that would manifest as a monetary union. I think about the formation of the European Union before the fall of the Soviet Union, before the fall of the wall that was very powerfully mentioned by Director Gruner and David Hasselhoff, of course. But I think about the different ways in which moments in time, sometimes moments of crisis, sometimes moments or points of inflection in our history, have identified the need for another way of telling the story of how we belong to the world. And sometimes they manifest as open doors, and sometimes they manifest as locked doors. How we imagine the world is powerful. The social imaginary, that's what academics in different fields use to describe the connection between how we think about the world, how we tell stories about ourselves, and then how it manifests as bureaucracies, how they manifest as institutions. And I am now really interested, not just in Albuquerque's destiny and New Mexico's destiny, but also the terms and process whereby we are going to define and imagine ourselves in such a way that will properly open the door to more people throughout the world in a way that is consistent with our values. Let me explain that a little bit more. If the fantasy football that made Brazil, Russia, India, China, and then later South Africa a thing, it also follows that institutions have been thinking about this for a very, very long time. We're actually at a point where, if we're going to talk about cities, for example, we're actually at a point where in the world economy where we're thinking about which institutions matter to us most and are the vehicles whereby we mediate our relationship to society. Go back to the locked door. My grandma was the person that everybody called when somebody got sick, died, was having a baby. Whenever something had to happen and business had to be done related to that in the family, people needed to be contacted, people needed to pitch in to support, it was her that we would call. In a way, my grandmother was the institution whereby we mediated our connectivity to each other. She was the open door. And so long after she was gone, it would make sense that we weren't yet thinking about the value of the open door in the way that we used to. Similarly, we have now lived for the better part of 2 or 3 centuries. In fact, I heard in many of the things that were discussed this morning, very, very powerful words. Modern. The word modern gets used a lot. The words democracy matter to us. The things we say that we take for granted in this country, they matter to us, even if we take them for granted. But all of them have connections. They even have physical reminders to us of what they are and what they are doing in the world. When we use the word globalization, it's a word that means everything and nothing at the same time. But also, we use words to fill it in, like nation or city, hence sister cities. I'm very interested in the evolution of these terms right now. Not 20 years from now, not 50 years from now. Right now, the way that we are using these terms to connect to different people throughout the world, because I get the sense that if there is a willingness to create a currency out of what was once a Goldman Sachs report, then I think we probably need to be paying attention to Comic-Con across the street. And we need to be paying attention to what youth are doing to understand the plurality of worlds that we live in and how they're creating the aesthetic reminders of what locks and unlocks the doors that make us connect to each other right now. I'm going to stop those 2 threads and I'm going to go to New Mexico. New Mexico is 44th in exports. New Mexico is 49th or 50th in some measures, including some parts of social services, healthcare, education, those sorts of measures. For those of those that know me very well, I've recently been on this super campaign to try to think about why those measures are problematic. And I'm getting at or arriving at some sort of conclusion that those measures are not problematic because we don't want to be number 1 in healthcare or in social services or any of these things that matter to us. They are urgent. They matter to us as much as having ambulances and fire engines. I'm from Mora, so I know what fire engines mean right now. I know and understand what climate change is doing to local communities and how they do become hyper-localized. But I also know and understand that New Mexico isn't always 50th. And there's reasons for that, though. If we're always constantly measuring ourselves in relation to the locked door, or we're measuring ourselves in relation to getting ourselves from 44 to 10, then we're sometimes missing the very things that make the engine of New Mexico work. And yet we use them. We use words like diversity. We talk about the rural parts of the state and we celebrate what those places are. We know and understand that cities here matter, but the scale of cities is different. We're not Paris, we're not Mexico City, we're not Tokyo. And yet, New Mexico has a place. My proposal is that we are not the 50th state, we are the first emerging economy in the United States. I believe that deeply. I've said it many times before, so I apologize for those of you that are just sick and tired of hearing that. But for me, what that means is that as an emerging economy, we then have to see ourselves also as concurrent to the world we live in, where we're 44, 49, and 50. We're also number 1 and number 2, or whatever it is, in things that we have yet constructed adequate measurements for. We have to think about, for example, how we relate to places like Nigeria, and how we relate to places like Turkey, and Indonesia, and Mexico, our brothers and sisters next door. There's a new acronym that's beginning used in this fun fantasy football kind of thing that we like to do in the world called MINT. Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. And it's actually becoming more frequently used. It's going to be like BRIC, I think, going to be a thing. But the general idea behind a mint economy is that these economies have seen some things. They've experienced big ups and big downs. And they're often referred to in the traditional way of which we think about power and politics in the world as peripheral economies or semi-peripheral economies. But for me, what it means is that they're resilient places, that they're places where converging realities happen all the time. Let's not lose on ourselves that Mexico has a very big parallel and informal economy, as does Nigeria, as does Indonesia or Turkey. And all of these different places have different ways in which we rationalize systems and society. In other words, they have more than one grandma that they call when things go down. There's more than one center of power. It is truly multipolar in the way that these systems operate. And the idea goes that by the end of this century, with climate change being what it is, with global issues like nuclear proliferation, which has returned as a very legible part of our daily lives, all of the different issues that make planet Earth a legible part of the problems that we face hyperlocal, at a hyperlocal level, they're actually becoming part of, and they're going to need people who know how to live multiple realities at once. We're going to have to know how to imagine that. I believe in New Mexico, and I used to believe in it just kind of because I'm loyal and I love New Mexico. I have now grown to understand in just even my own personal economic reflections and even in the data that's available to us that New Mexico is much more than that. New Mexico is the land of enchantment because enchantment, by definition, is the metaphors that we use whereby multiple realities can live concurrently with each other, even if they're irreconcilable. It's a place where you can go 15 miles from Los Alamos to Española, and you actually can see very different worlds and very different realities, and very different ways in which we rationalize and bureaucratize what we expect to be the real world. I know this personally because, again, coming from Mora and having experienced the largest wildfire in New Mexico's history, and seeing family members lose their homes, and seeing people now going to insurance companies or even going to federal bureaus and trying to ask for some compensation for lost cattle or for lost livestock or for lost trees or for things that matter to people on a daily basis, those hyper-local aesthetics, those things on a daily basis that make us live and make the world real. And often the answer is we don't do that. Because in many ways, the reality of the paperwork doesn't match the reality of the people. That is plurality. It's not the best kind of plurality, but it exemplifies why New Mexico often runs into the issues that it does. And it often explains the invisible labor that makes it 44 in the state. Sometimes when you have complicated families, like the complicated family that New Mexico is, sometimes it takes a little longer to get the job done. But when the job is done, there's something to it. Hence, mint. By the end of this century, we are going to need more resilient economies that imagine themselves as pluralities, that imagine themselves as enchanted. And those economies are going to be the ones that are going to have answers that big power politics is not going to be able to do. This discussion of the West versus the rest that is often propagated by powers like the United States, China, and even as a proxy now Russia through Ukraine. These things are going to become far more legible and far more urgent over time. My hope is that New Mexico will be one of those places that encourages that exchange in such a way that already leverages its, we say it's diversity, I will say it's enchantment, and that leverages that in such a way that puts forth a bunch of different ways in which we can prosper and share ideas whereby we will create an unlocked door whereby we can all be invited into the room. It's going to be really important. A couple of observations, right? Cities, again, go back to like who is the grandma in the room that we call? Well, we often think that cities are the ways that we connect to different parts of the world, but not all cities are the same. Italo Calvino, the famous novelist, said that cities are monopolies of thought. And I often think that we kind of conform or create this generic idea of the global city. What I love about Sister Cities is that it doesn't take that assumption. It makes a more meaningful assumption about discovery and trying to understand what is the nature of a city before it interacts with other cities. And I think that's something that we need to do more often, because Albuquerque is not a city like Paris again. It's a rural city. I ask my students that all the time. Can a city be rural? And they're like, what do you mean, city being rural? That's an oxymoron. And I said, yes, I am an ox and a moron. Yes, it's totally true. But I'm going to ask the question anyway. Can a city be rural? And the answer is in Albuquerque. The answer can be found in places like Albuquerque. Now, that's important because if we think about exchange, we have some pretty embedded assumptions about how we exchange in the world. We use a word like cosmopolitanism. We want a cosmopolitan society, which means that people exchange with each other and people are holding hands and it's like a United Colors of Benetton ad and yay. But it's more than that, and we know that because you guys are all citizen diplomats. You are all working with the real parts of what makes us connect to each other. And the reality is that cosmopolitanism for the longest time has often been associated with and conflated with urbanism. That in order to be cosmopolitan, you must go to the UN in New York. That in order for us to connect to each other, we must have these grand conferences that then determine the tenor or flavor of the way that the world is supposed to work and address issues like climate change. Albuquerque doesn't operate that way. And frankly, if you look at the way that society has been moving apart from each other, the rural-urban divide is one of the things that becomes a sensitive topic for people. It actually becomes one of the things that makes us feel different, feel condescended to, whatever, feel unconnected, feel differentiated from. And in many ways, that actually has a very, very powerful implication. The philosopher Hannah Arendt once said that there are two forces that every human being must face when they tell time. You have the time of looking backward and the time of looking forward. Her concern was that in most places where fascism exists and totalitarianism exists, people have either picked a side and gone way too far on one end and to the other. I'm always looking forward, or I'm always trying to preserve what I once had, to the point where I yell at an uncle that I love very much and wondering why the door is locked. We are all complicit, and sometimes it actually manifests as institutions that are unable to see itself for what it is. I propose that we need to think about cities as hybrids. Director Gruner said that the word "and" matters. It does. It actually does. We are rural and urban in Albuquerque, and I think if we understood that, the terms of exchange, whether they be cultural, educational, social, or economic, all of those things lie under that higher order question. Who are we under that problem will tell us a lot about economies of scale, about sustainability, about climate change, about all of the different things that we have learned being both. I think about the word charter city. Hong Kong in 1999, at the end of the millennium, was transferred over to China from the British government. And at the same time, China was having a discussion about two systems, one government. And that Hong Kong, what was virtuous or good about Hong Kong at the time was that it was a gateway to the West. It was a way for China to do its business on the mainland as a relatively command-oriented economy, while the West had a different way of doing Western modernity type of financial and social and cultural instruments that made it connect to the world. That bifurcated system, I would argue, is largely responsible for the massive GDP growth that occurred. I temper that by knowing and understand that that growth had a very, very complex set of politics and ethics associated with it as well. But it was also that two systems, one government mentality. Yeah, the and mattered. And it mattered institutionally to China. The charter city has existed in many forms throughout the world. I mean, we could call the Emirates a charter city. We could think about the city of Trujillo in Honduras as a charter city. There have been different places where you have a space where you can do both. You can look at the past and you can look at the future, and it is a city where you can have a little bit of both. My proposal to you is that as China, Brazil, Russia, India, and China start to develop what may or may not become a monetary union, the reminder to us is that we can't always think along the ideologies of Western modernity. That if we were to do that, or we were to reinforce the idea that those institutions that were born out of that era as well are the only grandmas that we have to call family, then we missed the boat. I think New Mexico is a gateway place. I think you all do too. I think it has and embodies the and perspective very well. So when I think about a new generation, and I think about the youth and how we can connect to a different way of thinking about the world, I have to acknowledge that youth will not rationalize society in the same way that we have. And I think that we have to be conscious of that. And New Mexico as a diverse economy is going to have to be that land of enchantment that we promise ourselves that it is. Those are my few thoughts for today. But I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Montoya, for that wonderfully inspiring and speech to us. Okay, so now we're going to have a really exciting event. I'd like to introduce Michael Garlett, who is my outgoing program officer. He is also part of Global Shapers, which I'll let him explain a little bit more what that's all about. And we're going to have a panel discussion on how global engagement has shaped career expectations. So welcome to our Global Shapers. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Special thanks to all of the partners. Thanks to the Shapers and all of our community volunteers and you guys yourselves as well. Please, yeah, Rachel, come up here. Maximo's coming up here. Actually, to talk about Global Shapers, I will invite the curator of our local Global Shapers Hub, Scylla Avgil, up to the podium real quick. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I want to say thank you all for coming out here today. It is an honor and privilege to stand in front of you all and talk to you guys more about the Global Shapers Albuquerque Hub. So as Michael mentioned, my name is Scylla Avgil. I'm a first-generation Turkish American, and I'm the co-founding curator of the Global Shapers Albuquerque Hub. I'm also the executive director of New Mexico Open Elections, so if you want to learn about that, please hit me up later. But a little bit information about what Global Shapers are and how we ended up here today. So, born out of the World Economic Forum, the Global Shapers community is a network of inspiring young people under the age of 30, working together to address local, regional, and global challenges. Sorry, give me 1 second. In each city, teams of shapers self-organize to create projects that address the needs of their community. Projects are wide-ranging, from responding to disasters, combating poverty, to fighting climate change and building inclusive communities. Shapers are diverse in expertise, education, income, heritage, and identity, but are united by their desire to bring about change. In 2011, Professor Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, founded the Global Shapers community to empower young people to play an active role in shaping local, regional, and global agendas. So currently today, here we are in 2023, we have more than 500 hubs around the world, more than 10,000 global shapers, spanning 150 countries, and nearly 7,000 alumni. And our hub in Albuquerque was founded in 2022 by myself and 2 other amazing women of color. And within 1 year, our hub grew in size. We have more than 20 hub members right now, and we have impacted our community through community development projects such as Get Out the Vote, where we registered people to vote, helped them check their registration, request ballots to vote at home. We participated in tree plantings with the city of Albuquerque. We also participated in 2 different city cleanup activities, so we volunteer a lot. And we also offer a lot of professional development opportunities for our shapers in our hub. So right now, actually today and tomorrow and yesterday, is the annual conference in Geneva, which I had the honor and privilege of attending last year. And currently, our vice curator, Miguel, is in Geneva physically attending this conference with 500 plus global shapers from all around the world. I came home crying, and I hope he does too, because it's definitely like an emotional, very empowering experience to go and be there. We also host regional and across the world events as well. So shapes are when global shapers from all around the world can go and interact with specific regions if they're interested, or within their own region. So the North America Shape is going to happen in October. And we also had the Southwest Summit this past March, and that was really fun. If you want to see photos, come visit our booth later. We're also very good partners with the Climate Reality Project. If you guys are not familiar, please look it up. They're an amazing organization founded by Vice President Al Gore. And we as shapers get to attend those conferences and trainings and gain certifications for free. They cover all of our expenses. I flew out to Houston and attended a conference, and I got a certificate out of it, and it was amazing. And then we also have hub meetings, obviously. Twice a month we have hub meetings. We also have committees within our hub, so currently we have 2 committees. One of them is the Climate Committee, and the second one is kind of like an Economic Development Addressing Poverty Committee. So if you want to join, you have to be under the age of 27. You have to have a community development mindset. It is volunteer, and it spans between 2 to 4 hours a month, depending on what projects we are working on. And you have to have passion to address, like I said, local, regional, and global challenges as a community of young people. So thank you guys so much. And I know we have some visitors from Argentina here today with us. Some of them are global shapers, some of them are not. Please come say hi to them later when you have a chance. But I will switch it over back to Michael.
Thank you. Thank you, Scylla. She is the curator again, which is just kind of a president position for the hub. And, you know, as we get ready to start the panel, I would like to kind of enter the panel with this mindset that these are young emerging leaders in citizen-to-citizen diplomacy. And we want to hear from them, as Dr. Montoya was finishing up, because, you know, young people are our future, and we want to continue to cultivate and to encourage youth involvement in international initiatives, as well as in our local community initiatives. So thank you again, Scylla. One of the things she did not mention is we are all volunteers in Global Shapers Hub, and if you want us to volunteer with you, reach out. We would love to continue to partner on additional organizations, and I hope to see our 2 young emerging diplomats join the hub, maybe. But with that, we can go ahead and start the panel. I was going to read your bios originally kind of on my own, but I actually would prefer to hear from you guys on your own, in your own words. So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, where you're at or where you're going in the next year or so for the audience, please. All right.
Hello everyone, my name is Maximo Brito. I recently graduated high school from Conroe Classical Preparatory School and will be attending University of Mexico this summer. So where I'm at, I guess, is, as said, I'm an emerging diplomat from high school. I aspire to learn more about our community and about communities around the world and strive to do whatever I can to help spread and advocate for different groups around the world. I will be trying to use my major, which is mechanical engineering, to help support certain communities around the world, as well as, hopefully, in my free time, help advocate, as I said, and learn more about other cultures, and so I can better understand them. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Mwadi. Ilumba used to be my last name, but I kind of changed that last year. Right now, I actually graduated from the University of New Mexico back in 2021 with my bachelor's in psychology. I work for a nonprofit organization called United Voices for Newcomer Rights, and we advocate for newcomers here in Albuquerque. For my position right now, as written right there, Youth Empowerment Coordinator. As someone from the community, from the refugee community, I am Congolese. I was born in the Congo. I moved to Albuquerque back in 2016, and I have experienced all kinds of challenges. And given the fact that I can actually speak English and advocate for myself, I have witnessed people from the same community as me having much more challenges compared to me because they can't speak the language, they don't know how to navigate the system. And with that, it kind of motivated me to see how do I help out with my community. I started advocating for the youth when I was still in high school, when it was the first time I witnessed one of the students being discriminated, and people were bullying her because she couldn't defend herself. And with that, I figured that I have to be the voice for my community since I can speak the language and I would say understand a little bit of the system, and then try to see how we can bring up more of these young people and get them engaged in the community. And I am hoping to go to graduate school at UNM to do my clinical psychology there. And I am hoping to become a psychologist because I've realized that most of the people from the newcomer community experience a lot of challenges from the countries where they're from, including, genocides, war, terrorist attacks, and all these traumatizing events. And so if they come here and we have a big issue of language access, they can't talk to anyone, they don't know who to deal with, there's a lot of stigma around mental health. How do we navigate that? And that motivated me to be like, let us start something. How do we do that? Let's see if we can have someone who speaks the language, who understands their background, so that they can easily relate to them when they're talking about these issues. And I'm glad to be here today.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for attending this panel, and thank you to Global Shapers Albuquerque for liaising my presence here. My name is Gonzalo Hunican. I'm from Argentina, the land of soccer, Messi, for any soccer fans here, but also Pope Francis, Patagonia, not the brand, but the actual place. And I'm a lawyer, and I also have a degree in international relations. I advocate for human rights, more in particular health rights and environmental rights. What am I doing here in Albuquerque? I'm a Fulbright scholar. We've been invited by the University of New Mexico alongside 19 wonderful and bright scholars and professionals to attend to a short seminar for young leaders in which we are learning on how to develop public policy. A lot of us come from a public policy background, and we're meeting with a lot of stakeholders here in the city and in the county, and learning, providing our knowledge, and having a really enriching culture exchange. So I'm really grateful to be here and talk to you.
Awesome. Thank you all again for being here. So we'll dive right into it. Our first question, and we'll go maybe in a reverse order this time, is how do you define global engagement as a young emerging leader, an emerging citizen diplomat?
So I start, right? Okay. Okay, when I was told about this question, I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted to use ChatGPT to say, hey, provide me an insight on how to reply to this one. But I opted out of it, and I started reflecting upon my own presence here in Albuquerque, and how this is actually a great example of global engagement. We're 20 young professionals, like I mentioned, who most of us haven't even been to New Mexico, some of us even to the US or abroad. And having the opportunity to be here and to engage into Albuquerque's and New Mexico's issues, challenges, also its wonderful opportunities that it has to offer to the world, made me realize that, okay, this is what global engagement is about. Reflecting upon my own experience, I started thinking about which key elements does global engagement has to take into consideration. And the first one for me was curiosity. I think being curious, both from an individual perspective and an organizational perspective, it's paramount to engage globally. Having the drive and the stamina to get out of your comfort zone and get involved, I think it's really necessary. Not only curiosity, but also humility is also necessary for global engagement. Being respectful, being humble, and realizing that not everything is the same abroad. We come to realize that a lot of things of our culture is not the same here, and being open and humble to recognize that and to accept that, I think it's also a vital point. And third, but definitely not least, last but definitely not least, is a matter of purpose. I think global engagement is a matter of purpose. It should be meaningful. It could be getting involved with the world to, I don't know, broaden your own perspective, your own understanding of the world. It could be something more bold, like changing the reality, your own reality, through the examples of other realities across the world. But it definitely has to have a purpose. So for me, global engagement is that curiosity, humility, and purpose.
Thank you. I love that you include the word purposeful engagement, right? I think that so often we can engage globally through something like the internet, and it's not necessarily purposeful unless you intend it to be that way. Thank you. Rachel, please.
I have my definition written down. I'm just going to read it off my phone. So to me, global engagement means the involvement of individuals or nation in global or international affairs through collaboration, participation, alliances, to establish and maintain relationships while seeking knowledge to understand different cultures, support global causes, and advocate for human rights, as well as working with diverse backgrounds to address global challenges, promote peace, stability, and development. So with that being said, to me, when you're involved globally is because you're trying to seek to understand certain challenges that could be in a certain area of the world, and how do we engage in that, and what do we do in order to promote the stability and the peace and the development? Or in case we're having a certain challenge and then we look forward to a different area, how did they deal with this situation if they had this situation, and how did they take care of it? So to me, global engagement is like being able to learn from other people and being able to learn with other people while respecting their cultures, their backgrounds, and being willing to understand that not just your perspective, but there's a different perspective to a certain issue.
I love that too. Learn about and learn with. I think that's a great keyword. Really quick, Rachel, do you consider your work with United Voices and Newcomers' Rights, which is based here in Albuquerque, to be an aspect of global engagement?
I actually think, as somebody who, and I'm not saying this to just kind of like brag about the organization. No, like I said, I'm a refugee immigrant, so you do connect with a lot of community organization. And the only difference that I've noticed that United Voices for Newcomer Rights has compared to other organizations is we actually listen to the newcomers. We actually respect their cultures, we respect their boundaries, and we're so willing to learn from them as much as we're trying to help them, which you find in most community organization. When you're a newcomer and you're coming from a different country, you're considered to be like, you're missing something, you're just dealing with challenges. But we do not just see that. We actually see the successes and the strength that people have, and how do we motivate them, and how do we help them grow and become a very, how would I say, productive individual into the community. Because the goal is to have a community that is developing and is being productive, not just to the state, but to the communities as well. Because what the community does, whatever the community is going through, will affect the state. But if we deal with individuals while respecting them and listening to them and trying to, understand, that will help better, understand how we can deal with some of the issues that the state is dealing with.
Absolutely, thank you. I think that actually one of my Global Ties delegations met with the UVNR team maybe this past year, but I don't remember exactly. Maximo, on to you. How do you define global engagement?
So I would like to go back to what you just said about how when it comes to global engagement, it is important to be respectful towards others' beliefs and cultures and practices, et cetera, whatever it might be, and have a willingness to listen to others. So a common misconception I have about that I've seen people hold about global engagement is that they're trying to do global engagement through engagement acquisition, more or less trying to see who will join my perspective, who will more or less conform to my own current beliefs and my long-held and concrete-held belief and practices, without respecting their own beliefs and trying to incorporate these others' perspectives. And this leads me into what I actually think global engagement is, and I think that it is bringing the plethora of cultures and ideas from around the world into one space. And as had been previously said, there might be a purpose, there might be curiosity, but I think the main and most important thing is that there's an open-mindedness between people and willingness to listen to others' perspectives. The purpose might come later, but it is important to bring in others without forcing them. Ukraine and stuff like that. That is something I would consider global engagement. We are bringing in others' perspectives and needs and challenges into what we do in our daily lives and the decisions we make and what we prioritize in our own actions.
Thank you. And Maximo, I know you were part of the You Think program recently. Do you feel like that, the You Think program put on by Kathy Kirsting, by the way, as part of Global Ties, thank you, Kathy. Do you think that that developed or affected your view on global engagement in any way?
I think it was, there's something I saw that was, the simple answer is yes, it did alter my perspective on global engagement. But there was something very interesting that I had observed and talked about in our breakout rooms earlier, but it's the fact that, well, to describe the You Think 2 program, it was more or less an international exchange program between students in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and students in Algeria and Africa. But the most important, it more or less created a community where we can talk and become more engaged with one another and hear each other's ideas. But the most interesting thing I saw was the way we approach certain challenges in our community, the similarities between us. And through the 6-week-long program, the way I was addressing the challenges here in Albuquerque and the way people in Algeria were addressing their challenges was more or less identical. Some of the things that they were using as solutions were almost the same as what I was doing, the same as other students in mine. And in this way, it made it so I did not think of cultures around the world as differently as I thought they were. Though I'm willing to understand and listen to other perspectives, I had thought previously before this program that they were quite different from mine without seeing any or as much similarities. So in that sense, in that vein, the You Think 2 program provided a deeper connection between myself and my own perspectives and the cultures around the world.
Thank you, thank you. Now we'll start with Rachel and we'll continue kind of that way. How does or will global awareness influence your current or future career? We have someone who's about to start their undergraduate program and 2 folks who are recently graduated or already in their career. So I'd love to hear your perspectives on that.
I'm going to read my response and then I will speak on it after. Well, Resettlement countries, especially like, the United States, Canada, Europe countries that get refugees from, different parts of the world, should be aware of the challenges that newcomers face. Especially refugees and asylum seekers, someone who has the refugee background, become aware of the mental health issues, like I mentioned before, that people face and other challenges. And how do we address that issue is very, very necessary. I know for a fact that in my community, mental health, like I mentioned before, is something that has too much, like people have too much bias towards it. Like when you say mental health, if you interpret it in Swahili, it interprets as if you have a problem with your head. You're not okay. But in the reality of it, that's not how it is. So if we're to think about global awareness, the way America defines it, or the Western countries define it, is very, very different from the way the rest of the world defines the word. Mental health. So how is that influencing my career right now? We are, as an organization, we partner with the University of New Mexico through the RIWP program. It's called the Refugee and Immigrant Wellbeing Project. And with that, we engage with families. We have students from the university that take the course with Dr. Jessica Goodkind from the sociology department. And so with that, the students, they are partnered with, I can't speak right now, with the families, and then they learn the culture from the families while the families are also learning from the students. And in that process, they create some sort of trust. And during that trust process, families can tell you, like, this is what is happening to me, these are the experiences that were happening to me. And when you're listening to these things, as a person who knows what mental health is, you can tell that, this person needs someone to talk to, this person needs, attention and stuff like that. But how do you tell them? How do you make that information reach to them for them to understand that, I can access the help and I can receive the help, and this is actually an issue that, can affect my daily life. So with that, that's why I said I was trying to be a therapist. It's because while I'm engaged in these programs, in these surveys, in these research projects, I am learning more and more about the different cultures, because I don't just work with the I don't just listen from the African community. No, the Hispanic community, the Dari, the Arabic, the Pashto speaking. In our organization, we actually provide interpretation for 8 different languages, and most of the people that actually work in our organization, most of them are newcomers. So you can hear their information, you can hear their knowledge and their perspective on these different issues. And that has influenced me to believe that, especially as someone from Congo, I actually walked in here, I felt kind of bad. I didn't see the flag of Congo. I kind of felt left out. So as someone who is Congolese, how do I represent my community? How do I help my community, especially the youth? Because the problem is not just the adults, because most of the time we're usually just look at the adults. But what about the youth? I have a coworker who says the youth are not our future, but they're our present as well. So what they do right now actually affects the right now, and whatever they do in the future will also affect the future. So with that, I want to see how do we address that issue of mental health. And by that, I have to make sure that I learn the different cultures, the different perspective from different parts of the world, especially as someone who's going to try to incorporate the American mental health into an African. So that's where my global engagement, kind of affects my future career.
Thank you. I love that too, again, that youth are not just the future, they're the current now too. As someone very involved in climate change work and projects, you often hear that the youth will solve the problems of the future, and that can be frustrating at times. I'm like, all right, but I don't have the experience or the know-how all the time, so thank you. Maximo, please.
No, yeah, this way, yeah. Okay. Well, I cannot say I have that much experience in having a career, really. I have not even started college, but my degree, as Jess mentioned, is going to be key to my quote-unquote responsibility to help deal with the future. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to go into studying mechanical engineering, as well as other versions of engineering along those lines. But in that vein, the global awareness will influence my future career in the sense that I will work towards finding solutions or ways to better our world, not necessarily through the cultural mindset, but through the natural needs of cultures around the world. In this sense, there's going to be a lot of drought in certain countries, maybe not as much in the United States, or maybe in other countries. I'm not exactly sure because I haven't studied geology as much, but the fact is that I will use my global awareness to help advocate for these groups and to help support these groups in the ways I can, creating more effective methods to not just solve or extend the challenges and the negative effects to the future, but rather terminate them altogether. I will attempt to better the world, not just for my enjoyment, but for the enjoyment of everyone in the world.
Thank you. How many UNM alumni or staff are here that want to see him supported in those efforts? Let's go. All right, Gonzalo, how about you?
Current and recent Lobo fan. Don't worry that the Argentinian flag is not displayed either. So we're gonna submit our, yeah. Okay, so being globally aware for me, I want to echo some of the thoughts that my peers have shared. I think that global awareness is going to be pivotal in any career path. It is right now, and it's going to continue to be even more in the future. I think as we recognize that our individual paths have an impact globally, whatever we do today in here, it's gonna have its repercussions somewhere else as well. So when thinking about that global awareness in my own path, as it says in the screen, I'm a human rights lawyer and advocate. Human rights cannot be conceived in a small Petri capsule perspective. They're interconnected, and that interconnectedness also affects and has to do with global awareness as well. A bit of story time. I started working with health and global health in particularly here in the US. I was doing an internship at the O'Neill Institute for National Global Health Law at Georgetown University in Washington, DC, right before the pandemic started. I had to be repatriated or flown back home right when the pandemic started, and that actually had a great impact in my life. It actually made me decide to keep studying and keep focusing on global health and global health issues, specifically in non-communicable diseases, but still something that had to do with the repercussions of someone's actions in a completely opposite part of the world in everyone's lives as well. So yeah, I think that as technology advances and as the youth is born in a globally aware world, we'll have to become more creative and become more equipped with tools to actually foster that awareness and base our interrelationships in a basis of respect as well. So yeah.
Thank you. The next question, I'd like to start with Maximo on this one, actually. What is the importance of a global approach to local challenges, especially considering your recent work with the You Think project, I think?
So before I answer this question, there's something I would like to define or attempt to define. What are local challenges? So when I first saw this question, I was automatically striving and saw and thought of it as maybe like droughts, maybe something going on with the farms or something, or lead in the water, something like that. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought local challenges weren't just local. I thought of local challenges as being a coming together of not just one's community, but many communities, in the sense that, especially here in New Mexico and through my experience around the state, no matter where I go, I am bound to find not people from outside this country, maybe from Colombia, maybe from Portugal, maybe from Japan. I've met people from Japan before here, and in that sense, the local challenges here can be said to be challenges that apply to people from Japan or people around this world. So I would like to define local challenges as challenges that affect everyone in the community and beyond. So in that sense, it's very important to come to these challenges and address these challenges with a global approach and a global mindset, for the fact that for you to actually address the challenges themselves, you have to be globally minded. And if you do not address these challenges in that way, you are more or less just addressing a peeve you have with your own community. Because if you're just addressing your own beliefs with the own perspective of your own, you are missing out on actually addressing the challenge as a whole. All the people that it affect, and all the communities and cultures and beliefs which are incorporated. If you only consider your own mindset, you might miss out on maybe a person from Japan's perspective, or how it might be insulting to them, or it might be neglecting of their own needs. In that sense, it is important to have a global approach, because to truly address local challenges, you must include perspectives from around the world.
Okay, so this question made me remember one of probably a use-up motto of think globally, act local. And I think that motto is still live, reflecting upon my own experience and coming from Argentina, and specifically from a province or state that's called Córdoba, which is main production is soy. We export soy. In Argentina, we're not price setters, we're price takers. So we depend on a lot in the fluctuations of the world. The relationships between China and the US are gonna affect our own economy. And thinking about that, it's impossible not to take local action without having a global approach, without thinking on what's happening outside our own territory, our own borders. But I also, like I was mentioning, I like this motto of thinking globally, acting locally, or acting locally with a global approach. But I'm starting to challenge it a bit as well, because I think it should work the other way as well. We should also act globally while thinking with the locals' perspective. And these ideas or these thoughts came to me when I me and some colleagues struggle to raise our voice in international forums or international conferences in which a lot of politicians or stakeholders with a big reputation don't think about global issues or talk about global issues without thinking on a local perspective or missing out on the local voice or perspective. One thing I really appreciate of New Mexico is the voice of the community and how some community-led organizations have a space to be represented and to speak. So yeah, I think that we should think globally and act locally, but also when we act in a global arena, also think and remember our roots and our local support and our local efforts.
I'm going to focus on Albuquerque as a city. So I don't know if most of you are aware, but in Albuquerque, public schools do not provide interpretation for newcomer youth. That's a local challenge, you know, as a city. And as a city, we're really good at providing like interpretation for Spanish, and usually we consider people who speak Spanish and English to become bilingual. And then we're like, you know, they were mentioning before, we're being ignorant of the people that, you know, speak different languages. For example, myself, I speak 5 different languages. You know what I mean? But like when I'm applying for a job, and if I'm trying to get a job here, if I do not fit into the description of speaking Spanish, it's very difficult difficult for me to kind of get that job. And so, and you know, we have so many residents who have lived here for long periods of time that speak Arabic, Dari, Pashto, Swahili, French, Lingala, Vietnamese, you name it. And these communities have been here for, like I said, very long period of times. They don't get proper interpretation in hospitals. They don't get proper interpretation in school. And as someone who is advocating for the youth, it's important for the youth when they're going to school to learn what the material that they're being taught. But how will they learn what they're being taught? How will they learn to get engaged in the community when they can't even access the proper interpretation for the things that are the languages in the community? Because yeah, most of us speak English and most of us speak Spanish. There are places that you can go and you know that is easy. What about if I'm from Afghanistan? How will I relate? If I am from Congo, if I am from Nigeria, if I am from Rwanda, how will I relate? How will I feel integrated in the community? For me, when we're talking about global engagement, we need to start with the city. We need to start ourselves as a city first. As a city, are we engaging the people that are in here? I did little research, and it turned out that in Albuquerque, we have at least by the data in 2021, 26.7% of the people that live here speak different languages at home, and 10.2% by the data in 2021, using the U.S. Bureau of Census, they are not born here. They're outsiders, and most of the people that are like first generation, citizen American. And with that, if we're considering, that's a very big chunk of our community. So if these people are already feeling like, left out, I would like to start dealing with the issue from a local perspective, because I feel like once we engage with the enough knowledge that we have in the community, the people that we have in the community, then it's gonna broaden, it's gonna, enlarge our understanding to be able to be engaged in, the global issues. How will I sit here and try to engage myself with the Ukrainian business when I can't even deal with the people that are dealing in my city? How will I sit here and feel confident to go to, let's say, India and trying to help them when here locally as a city, as a state, we cannot even deal with our own issues? So with that being said, I feel like we have to open a space where we're engaging the newcomers that we have, in the immigrants that we have in the state. Learn from them, just like you're learning from me and my peers up here. We can relate because we're from these communities. When we give you a small perspective of what our world looks like out there, once you're out there and trying to get involved into this work, it's going to be easier for you because you have some sort of knowledge to it. So I think when we're talking about, how this global, how the global approach, is important to local challenges is because that if we're aware of where our newcomers are coming from, the difficulties, the histories, the cultures and stuff like that, it's going to be easier for us. You want to support the wars in the world, how do we support that? How do we support the trade? How do we support the business? How the education? We have to start from ourselves here first. Involve the people that we have here, because we're not all American, which means we have people who are from outside the America who can have a certain perspective, which is not the American perspective. And we should be open-minded to that, willing to learn. And when we're learning, we can easily deal with the local challenges as well as trying to address the global challenges.
Thank you. All right, this is our final question before we move on to the award. How can the people here today continue to show and support and enhance global engagement for Albuquerque? And we'll start with Gonzalo, the one from the furthest away from here, both from me and from Albuquerque.
Yeah. So I think that probably creating more opportunities for programs like the one that I'm participating in is a key element to keep enhancing global engagement. I think, and reflecting upon, again, my stay here, we've been here 2 weeks. Some of my peers are in the audience. And we've been learning so much about Albuquerque, about its people, about its fortune and misfortune, about everything that's going on today and in its history. And I think when working with the people from New Mexico, they are also gaining insights from our own perspective as well. So that cultural exchange, that global approach to these local issues, it's gonna give us tools both ways. So I think that's definitely by fostering funding and implementing programs like the one that I'm working with today that's gonna enhance and improve global engagement.
Sorry. I'm going to read my points. Sorry, again. I didn't have a printer. I would have printed it out. No. So, as someone who is working with the newcomer youth in the community, they need more assistance in their education in their education journey, which is something that I think I've been emphasizing from the beginning of my conversation, especially because, they're coming from different parts of the world, and they're a part of this, we can say, global engagement, because, when you're coming from another place and trying to learn other people, you're engaging because you're trying to learn from them. What are their challenges? What is their culture? What is all these things? And then, for one thing, I would like to call out for everyone who's in the room is, how do we support these young people? The reason why I'm up here today and I can sit here and talk to you is because I got the help, I got the direction. It's not something that I knew, I did not know how the American system was, but I was able to get myself associated in 2 programs that helped me to get here today. But like I said, for me, it was easier because I speak English. What about those youth that do not speak English? I would like to call into, the city, the state. How do we promote this? Startup programs that are going to, support the youth with their college application, their career journeys. How do they get associated more into the community? Because they need to get engaged in the community. I have an example which I wrote down. I'll remember it in my head. A few days ago, I have a few youth that were trying to apply to go to college, and they can't afford paying for the registration. They can't afford to pay for the orientation, and it's not their fault because you're coming from a newcomer family. The parents, they don't know the American school system. They don't know how to help you. And you're coming from a family with 9 other siblings. The parent, they're coming from low-income houses. They're not going to think about you. They have other kids to think about. And as a state, we're here advocating for the future. We're trying to see how we can make the future, because when we're talking, we're thinking about the economical, we're thinking about the health, and we're thinking about the development. But then if these youth, they don't even have the support to start onto their journeys, what do you think they're going to turn to? They're going to turn to gun violence, gang violence, drug use, and then that is no longer going to be just a community issue. It's going to now become a state issue. I remember, I forgot his name, the professor who was here before, and he mentioned how we are number 44, in the States. How do we come up? We're going to get worse if we cannot even address the little issues that are happening in the state. So we need to, as we're thinking about this, we need to support our youth. START program, fund the youth, especially the newcomers. Please provide interpretation. I call it up again. Please provide interpretation for these kids so that they know what is happening around them. That's all.
So I went a kind of different way from these other 2 panel participants, but the main thing that I think people can do to help support and enhance global engagement in Albuquerque is, rather than taking action right away, prioritize changing the mindset of the individuals in our state and our amazing city. Because in my opinion, there are the resources to help translate for certain individuals, to help support through maybe support in hospitals through translation and stuff like that. There are people out there that can do it. But the reason that we still struggle to support everyone is because people are unwilling or are not prioritizing their thought on these certain individuals. In this sense, changing the mindset of the individual to being open-minded and actually striving and curious of others' perspectives and livelihoods would help prioritize and advocate for these challenges which we address through global challenges that have come here to Albuquerque. So something that I would also like to say is, what makes a diplomat is not necessarily what knowledge one person has, but rather the ability one has to understand and appreciate other groups. Constantly questioning one's actions rather than believing they have the right answer is, I think, something that is also a challenge that we need to address. Rather than thinking that you have the right answer for every situation, I would change the diction of that sentence to, I have a solution to that question, that challenge, that problem that we have to address. It's not the fact that we are always right or there is even a right answer, but rather changes that we can always make to better the situation at hand. So there's a quote that I would like to bring up to summarize the points that we've said. It's by Wade Davis, is that the other people aren't failed attempts of being you. They are by definition unique facets of the human imagination, showing that the uniqueness of everyone is valuable, that everyone in their own nature isn't unique, and this uniqueness is what we need to strive to appreciate and understand through this mindset of being open, curious, and open-minded.
Thank you. And thank you all to our panelists. I'd love to see them continue to learn about and learn with all of us here when it comes to citizen diplomacy. And I'm going to invite now Scylla Avgil back to the stage to present 2 of our award winners for the Young Emerging Citizen Diplomats. And then we'll invite Rob-Ann Harrison up to talk about the citizen diplomacy, Global Citizen High School Diploma, forgive me. Scylla, please.
Before I get into it, I do want to say, first of all, thank you to Global Ties Albuquerque and Albuquerque Sister Cities Foundation for providing space to amazing young emerging citizen diplomats, such as our award winners, and Gonzalo, today, because I think one way that everyone in this room can contribute to empowering young people is, number one, just letting us have the space. If you sit at a table where decisions are made, invite young people of color, invite young trans people. We need to be inclusive to better our communities in a collective way. So thank you all for being here and giving us the space. And a quick side note, Global Shapers is looking for a sponsor because we need to print t-shirts. If you have money, if you know someone who has money who would like to make a generous donation, please contact me or Michael or any of the other Global Shapers you see here today. We really need t-shirts. And so getting into it, again, thank you all for being here and joining us in congratulating and recognizing these outstanding young citizen diplomats award winners. We look forward to your continued success and your global engagement. So Rachel and Maximo, thank you so much and congratulations. And each award winner will be provided with a laptop sponsored by Global Ties Albuquerque.
Congrats again. You guys may stay on stage for as long as they will let you, but feel free to head off the stage too if you'd like. Rob-Ann, please. We'll talk about briefly the Global Citizen Diplomacy Award. Oh yeah, we'll do a group photo too at the end. Up here? Yeah. No, come on in, come on up. Yeah, I think they're trying to wrap it up. We'll do it. Hi, nice to meet you. What's your name? Sharma. Nice to meet you. Michael, please. Let's do that photo down there.
Yeah. I'm just going to stand tall.
You're going to stand tall?
Mm-hmm. I know we're pressed for time for the afternoon breakout session, and this will not take very long, but we wanted to introduce everyone to what we consider to be an exciting new initiative that we're working on as public school teachers here in APS. So we're at the very beginning stages of it, so as we present to you, understand that we have more questions than answers at this point, but we wanted to share what we've done so far with you. My name is Rob-Ann Harrison, and I teach at Manzano High School. I teach predominantly world history and anthropology. I'll let Sharmila introduce herself when she is going to take the mic. But this idea of a New Mexico Global Citizen Seal, like a graduation seal on a diploma, or something similar to that, occurred to me when I was talking to a friend who has done a similar initiative in Illinois. a really successful one, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. But one thing I know as a teacher is that students are really interested about what's going on in the world, but there's really no mechanism the way we have our standards in our individual classes structured for that. So for instance, I teach world history, but there's really no space for what's going on now. And they want to know, how is this relevant? What's going on now? So unless you're a teacher who really has that passion and that interest, you may not ever get to that, and that'll be frustrating to them. So the whole relevancy aspect is one of the things that's driving us. So this will just stay up here for just a second. I know you've seen many similar diagrams to this one, but this is global citizen education in 4 different fields. You can feel free to take a picture. I'm not going to go over all of it. None of it should be surprising, but one of the things about global education is that you don't necessarily hit everything equally. You focus on what you need to focus on with that particular group. But this is the overarching umbrella for global education. So I was mentioning my friend in Illinois who he and several other of his friends came up with this idea of an Illinois Global Scholar certification. We are banding about names for this, but we thought citizen more encapsulates what we're about rather than the scholarship aspect of it. His program has been very successful. They've been doing it since 2017. And he used this word, and I have to use it when describing it. He said, it's been transformative. And so much so that they are expanding to the middle schools now. So it's a very popular, very well-received, very robust program in Illinois. And we are hoping to make New Mexico a similar state. There's about 10 states in the country that have a similar program. Georgia, for instance, the focus is the global economy and jobs of the future, but it's something like this. So we'll look at what New Mexico needs and craft something that supports our community and what our community can get behind.
Oh, all right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharmela Garadian. I'm also an APS teacher. I typically teach New Mexico history as well as world and then an ethnic studies course. And as Rob Ann stated, we are just in the beginning stages of looking at such a program here in New Mexico. And so why do we think New Mexico is prime for such a certification seal? Well, obviously, our geographic proximity to Mexico definitely makes it critical for us to think on a more global level and to teach our students to be more globally, to have a more global mindset. Our demographics, we are a majority-minority state. Minority, yeah, okay. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And so again, our diverse demographics sort of precludes us to think more globally as well, especially as that movement of people comes through our border stations here between Mexico and the United States and into New Mexico proper. We do already have a bilingual SEAL program, which many of these different global scholar type like certification programs have in these various states. It's always tied to language. And here in New Mexico, we do have that bilingual SEAL program that's attached to their high school diploma. And Las Cruces has what is considered a global biliteracy seal in which they provide that certification for any language as opposed to the bilingual seal specific to Spanish. So there's some natural points in which we can connect this global citizens seal to something that's already been constructed here in New Mexico, which is that language seal. And as Robbie Ann stated, our new social studies standards, although, you know, they're pretty open-ended in terms of what we can teach, we do not have that connection to contemporary
type issues. It just doesn't address that fully. It does provide for an interdisciplinary approach as well when we look at the different types of content areas within our high schools. It can help to sort of provide that connection, that foundation that sort of ties us all together if we're looking at it from a global perspective. And then it would allow for us to engage our community, and I think that's a huge thing that we need to see in our high schools is this community service component, this engagement in bettering our community, and to promote what our civic duties are with our students. So some of the ideas that we've had in regards to the components of this Global Citizen Seal, obviously course requirements, so we need to construct some course requirements that would allow for students to sort of have a pathway towards a Citizen Seal for their graduation, for their diploma. We already have some obviously course content that's there, but we definitely need help in thinking up some other types of courses that would be relevant to such a program. The community service component, we need to partner up with various community groups and organizations so that we can provide that community service component readily for our students, for those that are on that pathway. Identifying relevant, extracurricular activities. So we do have Model UN, mock trial, things like that, that can allow for students to have that global connection. Creating a senior capstone project, creating an advisory panel would probably be a part of this as well. And then what is the professional development that we would need to provide for our student or for our teachers in order to make them capable to teach a global studies type of curriculum. All right, so that's us. If you want, you can take a picture. Our email addresses are there. We do have one other team member, Adrian, who also works at La Cueva. He's on paternity leave at the moment, just had a baby, so he's not with us today. And then the last thing that we wanted to ask for our community partners, so anyone who is interested in sort of working with us to create this particular type of program for our high school students. We're not looking for financial support, we're looking for more of advisory, curriculum development, your minds and your time, essentially, and how you might be able to assist. So there's a QR code here, obviously, it's ginormous. So if you have your phones and you're interested in collaborating with us, please, fill that form out. It's attached to a Google form. We would love to have your expertise in helping us create this particular program for our high school students, what I think is incredibly essential for their growth, for their development, so that they can contribute as productive citizens in our society.
If you don't have the ability to capture this QR code, right there where that apple is, how appropriate, we're teachers. Right there where the apple is, there's a sheet of paper where you could write down your email address, and we'd be happy to send you that form. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you so much to our Global Shapers and to our APS team. So what we're going to do from here is maybe take a while. I'd really encourage you to go to the room to the side and meet with the various organizations that have tables here and get a little literature on them. And then after about 10 minutes, we're going to start our second group of breakout sessions. We'll probably only do about 40 minutes this time. And then instead of reconvening here, we'll just let you all head on home. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. Please do stay for the second breakout, because I thought they were really quite effective. And we really want to thank all of you for engaging with us today and supporting citizen diplomacy in Albuquerque and beyond. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
And look for us to be sending you a survey after this conference to give us feedback.
And we'll be in touch.
And we'll be in touch.
Okay, so I'll give it 10 minutes and I'll...
First question. Yes. Okay, good question. Next question, please. Not all at once.
I have a question.
Yes.
What are your favorite pastime hobbies?
Ice hockey, sledding, throwing snowballs at cars driving by.
What is your favorite salsa?
Alma salsa.
What's your favorite thing about Albuquerque, Spain?
The aqueducts. The R. Well, this soul through her eyes.